Hello, friends. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. My name's host Eric. This is my beautiful wife Rachel, and together we are talking with famous people. Today's live stream title is Trees and Forests: Life as a Function of Framings. Because I've been doing some thinking about the way that different frames of reference impact our understanding of what might broadly be called the establishing of moral statuses, rather than just saying moral reasoning. Because, and this line of thinking that I'm currently been exploring initiated actually when somebody's a regular on the channel, I forget their name, but they're vegan, and they were arguing, without necessarily using these words, that an individual human has a moral obligation not to eat animals. More precisely, not to kill animals for the purpose of eating them. So I explained to him that the engine of his argumentation, namely that we could determine the matter on an animal rights calculus, was wrong, because rights mean something specific, and in order to lay claim to a right, one must both understand, well, one must have the capacity to understand the rights of others and respect those rights. So, accordingly, whatever claims one wants to make about humans' moral obligations to animals, those obligations, if we could reasonably call them such, don't emerge from a rights calculus. So that's where this thing got started, was me just pointing that out. But I've been thinking about it some more, like, well then, what can we do with things that are not rights violations, but that we intuitively or emotionally understand as examples of wickedness? So, like, we typically understand torture as always morally wrong, or we should understand it as such, and yet we can't defend the claim that animal abuse is wicked, even if it's just the induction of suffering rather than any utility, right? Um, Based on a rights calculus. Yet, I don't think any of us would like to affirm the notion that animal cruelty is not wicked. Bald is beautiful. Okay. Um, Hi there, Tammy Gmilich, and hello, Strobilo, Myces. How are you guys? So the things, let me just start here. That with any kind of normative framework, which is, say, a way to determine the moral status of a given action, if it's doing the job it's supposed to do, it needs to tell you the status of that action before the action is taken. In other words, it's an action being considered, and you can determine its moral status before you take the action. For things for things where the take care, for things where the um where the moral status is determined by a rights calculus, there's no difficulties, because it is the case that if you can accidentally incur liability and would not be guilty of wickedness. So if I purposely run into your car with my car, then that's a rights violation that comprises a morally prohibited behavior. If I accidentally run into your car, I've still incurred liability, but it's of a civil rather than a criminal variety. So one might say, well, then, Eric, you can't really determine wickedness of something through a rights calculus, because rights can be violated in ways that create that don't represent a moral failing, but that do represent liability. The reason that's not the case, though, is because of the thing I said first. A correct normative framework evaluates an action before it's taken, when it's still being considered. So in that, because of that, there's never going to be an instance where we can't determine whether a prospective action is wicked or not, because we don't know whether it's willful or not. Because if you're considering doing it, it's obviously willful, right? So that's part of the reason why a rights-based calculus for determining that which is morally prohibited works so well and is so defensible. It's because the elements of the moral calculus that might produce challenges are already addressed structurally. You don't have to worry about knowing the intention of the person, because the action is being considered before it's taken. And if the action's legitimate, then it doesn't matter what the intention is. In that kind of calculus, right? Do you think it was a monumental strategic error for the German command to halt the advance on Moscow and divert focus south towards the port of Stalingrad, resulting in a major Soviet counterattack? I think the mistake began much sooner than that. Like, if the Nazis wanted to win World War II, they should have attacked Russia first, and then move on to like France and all those other things, because Russia could have provided them with the petroleum resources they needed, and they could have defeated them if they had only one front to deal with first. So maybe the forces, it was militarily unwise for the forces to be split and or diverted in that fashion, but that was only it was only an either or, because they didn't approach the thing in the right order of operations. And it would have been great if the Nazis had defeated Russia, because then we still would have defeated the Nazis, but then we wouldn't have had the Soviet Union to mess around with. And we never should have accepted a tie in Korea. I blame MacArthur, obviously, because people maybe don't know this, but the U.S. military had reconquered all of Korea up to within, like, say, 20 miles of the Chinese border. And then Truman told MacArthur, don't go any closer than that to the Chinese border, because we don't want to incite them into a counterattack. MacArthur ignored Truman, went right to the Chinese border, and sure enough, the Chinese counterattacked. MacArthur got a little too big for his britches when he was, dictator of Japan. He forgot that he was subject to he served at the discretion of the president, You're the only streamer who ever actually answered that question. Respect. Well, thanks, Phil. It's an interesting question. I do watch a fair amount of YouTube videos about World War II. You ever watch Mark Felton Productions? Yeah, Operation Barbarossa, as it was so called, ought to have been the first operation.
Do you have a paper towel or toilet paper?
I'll get you some. I don't know what I did with it, if I did something with it. I'll get you a new roll. I don't know where it is.
Thank you. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So, let's turn our attention back to this issue of moral reasoning or moral realities. Oh, right there. That aren't like negative rights. So negative rights is great because negative rights never conflict with one another. And as long as you do the moral reasoning before the action is taken, you never have to worry about subjective considerations like intent. But not everything that's a moral issue can be adjudicated accordingly. Huh. Oh no, it is there. Okay. Huh. Don't worry, I'm here now. Thank God, Acacia. Thank God. What am I talking about, Willis? I'm talking about the question, which is, I guess you could say, inadequately resolved, of a certain kind of moral question that's neither a negative rights moral question, nor a contractual rights moral question, nor a positive moral indication, but rather a negative moral indication that's not determinate. So what qualifies as such? So a rights violation in moral calculus is it what would happen if I murder that person? I will incur the status of morally prohibited. I will also incur legal consequences probably, but we're only concerned with the moral issues right here. And so that one's easy. Now, what about if I pay for my meal at the first window of the drive-through and they don't give it to me at my second? Well, that still qualifies as a rights violation, even though it's a violation of a positive right that was attained contractually. But it's still determinate because ultimately it boils down to a property rights violation. It's just framed as a right to rather than a right from. Now, let's talk about positive moral indications. That would be something like it's good to give to charity. It may make you feel good to give to charity, but there's no way to universalize whether it's good or bad to do any of these purportedly positive, virtuous things because it just doesn't universalize. Sometimes, if you have a harsh word for somebody, it's because they've been crossing your boundaries, and you need to provide them a little pushback and give them the information they need to be better at respecting your boundaries. So it's it's not uniformly always bad to say something harsh or mean or what have you. Hassan's Family 40. How can you donate to me? You can simply use the super chat feature. It's down here. It's next to the smiley face. Thank you for your interest in doing so. So it's also the case that if I'm mean to somebody and tease them, that I've not violated their rights at all. but I've also not engaged in good behavior, and probably it's fair to say that I've engaged in wickedness. But because this issue of whether or not I've engaged in wickedness has at least something to do with my intent, it can't be universalized. So if I say something mean to you, um, because uh, I'm calling you out for some genuinely bad behavior, well, then it's justified by my own like subjective boundaries, right? Um, and it wouldn't be considered. You probably wouldn't call that wicked, even if it hurt that person's feelings, if it was just. But because we're that's not the sort of question that we evaluate for legitimacy before taking the action. And if we were to evaluate it beforehand, we couldn't use a rights calculus to determine it, because you don't have the right for me to be polite to you, for example. Um, we can't be determinate or have moral reasoning regarding things that aren't calculatable via rights, uh, without ending up with some indefensible claims argumentationally. But my point would be this, that it's perfectly fine for us to know that something's wicked, such as animal cruelty, um, and to point to the fact that it's wicked as stemming from subjective justifications. Like, well, I can put myself in that creature's shoes. I know what suffering's like. I wouldn't want suffering, and therefore it's bad for me to wish suffering on something else or intentionally induce suffering without, just for the sake of doing so, right? You could try to universalize that, the idea that inducing suffering for the sake of doing so is inherently wicked. But the thing is, in every instance of justice, there's some retributive quality to it. And to some extent, that's going to represent the willful induction of suffering onto somebody. So I guess the takeaway to it is this, that these things represent different kinds of differently epistemically different approaches to related questions. And that what this person who said oh, it's morally wrong to eat animals really meant was, put yourself in the animal's shoes. Would you want to be eaten? He might also have said, might also have meant the way in which we farm animals is cruel, and therefore it's wrong on the grounds of inducing suffering. Sir yaps a lot. That's me. Should we be brushing under our tongue? No. I mean, maybe with a hairbrush. So I think basically that positive moral indications, I mean, like the idea that you should give money to charity or something, those validate, I guess, on FI grounds. And so too do the negative moral questions that aren't determinate. These questions of, say, that aren't based on rights. Those would seem to also validate by a FI or SI grounds. If I think so, if I wince at seeing something or someone suffer, that's sympathetic, like a sympathetic reality in the sense that I'm putting myself in their shoes. I'm feeling what they would feel. And so one could say that that we can act as though we've got a duty to uphold at least the golden rule. The thing about the golden rule is it's not a very good way to know how to treat some specific other person. Like the platinum rule, you should treat somebody else as they want to be treated, is definitely the better rule. But it's also the case that that can't form a standard that you have to attain because you don't know, you can't know clearly, you can't determine for your own self how they want to be treated. You have to just ask them, get the information. Um, and like, obviously, you can't get all the information about every way in which they can conceivably want to be treated. And before you apply any of it, right? So, so the platinum rule can't be held up as a standard to evaluate the legitimacy of a given action. But failure to uphold the golden rule could function as a standard because it's saying, I don't know if this if me putting myself in your shoes is going to be informative about how you should be treated ultimately, but at least I know I will validate against my own subjectivities. So, to the extent that knowing what's righteous or wicked links to commonalities between both of our subjectivities, then that should be accurate. Feels like putting on a mental wiener. Well, for me, it's a question that is actually unanswered yet, or it's getting there, but that's uncommon. Like, usually, if I'm talking about any of the subjects that I talk about, I already know what all the correct positions are. This is something I'm talking out because I'm trying to figure it out. Intuitively, holistically, we have moral obligations that don't link to rights violations. Also, we can't win that argument. But hopefully, or less, well explain how people with different frames of reference are going to take a default of posing questions. I think the informative of cognitive linkage here is for me most of all, in that was, well, these questions like why animal cruelty is wicked, the answer is it's holistically so. You have to know it, but not determine it. But after thinking about it more, I realized that's not correct. You're definitely determining with your subjective liberation function and or subjective knowing function, but that wouldn't be holistic regardless. In other words, you don't know that animal cruelty is wrong because of your introverted intuition. You know it's wrong because of your introverted feeling, possibly your introverted sensing. And you can't establish that it's wrong with extroverted intuition and introverted thinking. In other words, if somebody's checking your claim that that's morally wrong in every instance, then you won't be able to sustain under the rigorous parsing that negative rights justifications sustain under. like like we are morally obligated to drink water. We're not morally obligated to drink water. We're biologically required to drink water or we'll die, but there's no moral obligation to drink water. You could just drink nothing but apple juice. So I guess you don't even have a biological requirement to drink water. If you're saying you have a biological requirement to drink stuff that has water in it, okay, fine. If you're saying you've got a moral obligation to not die of thirst, not die of thirst due to apathy, I actually don't think you have a moral obligation for that. And the thing about obligations is it's a term that's referring to something that universalizes. It's always wrong to steal or universally wrong to steal because steal is defined as knowingly taking somebody else's property. So you it's it's already predetermined that it's a rights violation. And accordingly, it's easy to universalize because all the information we need to make a determination is already there. I think about Steve / a witness who would come in and try to tell me to change my ways because Jesus. And when I informed him that I didn't I didn't like that. I don't want him to tell me those things. I don't agree with him, and yet he continues to tell me to add what I should do and how I should be in about things that aren't moral issues. So what he would always say is, "No, I'm doing this out of love." Well, that's a perfect example of somebody who's assuming he was being honest and not duplicitous in any way, where he would pass the test of did you apply the golden rule? And therefore, even though he was annoying the shit out of me and not listening to what I said, he could not be accused of doing anything wicked if we were to take that universalization metric, but he would have been doing something that was, I guess, ontologically wrong. In other words, he was projecting his ways as a, a universal good that others needed to uphold, even though they weren't that kind of thing that can be universalized. Do you feel grown men should lick ice cream cones in public or no? Well, I think actually you should take the ice cream cone and put the whole ice cream ball in your mouth and then suck off a little tip out onto the top of it. That's the best way to eat ice cream. That way it doesn't drip down the sides of the cone. Granted, if you've got a super huge scoop, you're going to have to do a little pre-work before you can fit that thing in your mouth. But depending on who you are, maybe you've got a lot of practice doing that kind of thing. So Brennan came over earlier to help us with weed edibles project that we've got going on. And I actually typed in, like 15, 20-minute long typing. I just wanted to see what type it was. We started talking about it. He was interested in what this document that was up on screen was about. And he's an INTP. He's an INTP. And it just goes to show you cannot judge a book by the cover. I assumed he was FI because he had all this wild dressing stuff, like his witch's hat, which he calls a wizard's hat. I think it was a witch's hat, but it's a wizard's hat apparently. Anyway, he's so like expressive in his clothes and appearance and stuff that I figured, oh, this guy's got to be F5. But when I started testing him, he he just absolutely killed it on the TI stuff and the NE stuff. And it was very evident the more I talked to him how we were exact representations of the stack values you'd expect. Like for me, NI is an absolute value. And in this long conversation we had about music, he demonstrated time and again that his absolute value is originality slash ideational stuff rather than goodness of the final thing. He doesn't believe that there's some music that's actually universally good and others that's actually universally bad and that people are just right or wrong about it. He doesn't agree with that at all. Well, I thought it was a witch's hat. Keep in mind, it's not just a wizard's hat. He dresses crazy. He's got like moo on and like makeup and stuff, and you know, he's a contemporary of his generation. But it's also indicative of how I don't get a good read on I don't have good ways of intuiting whether someone's FI. I have to test. Because it's my blind spot, presumably. Do you think life is over? I mean, my life's not over. And life in general persists. If you're saying, has everything on the planet gone extinct? The answer is no. Okay. Oh, okay. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Therefore, bad is good and good is bad plus time? No. Incorrect. You know, people are aspiring to do things that are almost impossible. You know, to make a genius track that's just mind-boggling good. It's almost impossible. So we need to respect that struggle. Like, it's not the case that if I make one great song, I'll make one terrible song. I'll probably make 50 terrible songs for one great song. If I even make one great song.
I'm gonna lay down.
Do you want this before we could pull it now? It's only got 15 minutes
Can
left.
we?
Yeah, it's a little earlier than 2 hours, but it should be done.
I don't know.
It's only got 15 minutes left.
Okay.
But if you,
I'd rather wait the whole time. I want to make sure.
well, would you like me to just spoon out one spoonful, put in your coffee now?
No, I'll wait. I'll wait.
Okay. Can you give me the thing to strain it then? If you're going to be asleep.
Oh yeah. No, I'll come out to have some.
Okay. Then I will come get you when it rings. This is sort of a bubble game for both teams. You're talking about SC Ohio State game. I am only at halftime right now, so don't tell me what's happened after halftime. It was a very choppy first half. Seemed like there was a foul or stoppage of play just about every trip down the court. But it's also the case that I totally understand, because I have a similar frame of reference, how he's not satisfied with me asserting conclusions that haven't been determined or can't be determined, but instead have to be known. Well, I think I might have already known that, Putty Cat. I like the way that men's college basketball has 2 halves instead of 4 quarters. Women's college basketball has 4 quarters. I like watching women's college basketball too, but the quarters are shorter and there's less fouls and there's less stoppages and stuff. So they can get away with the 4 quarters. NBA, ridiculous. The NBA needs to provide 75% more basketball and 75% less fouls and pointless stoppages. I think that basketball should have line changes like hockey, so there's no stopping for substitutions. Wouldn't that be better? I agree. It would be better. Uh, there's something else I was thinking about that I wanted to talk about too. Oh, right. Well, I just want to finish those thoughts. That in large part, the reason why people don't agree about certain kinds of explanations like the ones I'm making here is that there's a failure to acknowledge that the evaluatory metrics of other kinds of epistemics can remain legitimate in the absence of you know, parsing defensibility. So we can recognize this as taking place like with music, but that's with NI, right? So even though we can't partially determine whether something's good or not, it is the case that a good song is better than the sound of a jackhammer, right? It's understandable that any tool, TI DOM, is going to find that wholly inadequate as a justification. Or if not wholly inadequate, wholly useless, because even if what I'm saying like has some intuitive resonance for an INTP, they're not going to put any weight on something that they haven't adequately determined. And also, of course, NI is countervalued, which means they don't like it when things are fully answered and require no further ideation. That cuts off their access to their tool function. I thought about making slow motion videos of recreating getting hit with something and having a dramatic response. Obviously, it would be acting. It's sauce time. Well, nothing wrong with acting. Don't I look surprised? Acting. I wasn't really surprised. I was just acting. Or how about now? Or you thought I was crying. I was just acting again. Which type's tool function? I'm talking about Brennan, who's an INTP. He came over to help with this weed edible project, and I typed him, give him a quick and dirty typing, but it's pretty easy to determine what he was. His TI was very robust. His expert intuition was very robust. His NI was clearly countervalued. His TI was very strong. I mean, TE was very strong. And, he was clearly S. I had an NI type. So I typed him as INTP, and then we had a long conversation about epistemic stuff like this, and our our conflicting perspectives were exactly what one would predict for INTP and ENTP. But you know that you can get a slice of lemon pie in Cuba for $1.50, and in Jamaica you can get key lime pie for $1. Those those are the pirates of the Caribbean. I also hear that you can get cheap triangles in Bermuda. So I didn't really do as great a follow through today, so far anyway, as I had hoped. I did successfully write this email I needed to write. And I did successfully clean up this Who Loves You Baby track, but I did not finish writing the ISTJ thing, nor did I make a uploaded video about my musings on how different knowing and deliberation functions inform on moral questions, but how the extent to which the different functions are informative only seems obvious to certain types. But instead of making that video, I just started lecturing. Oh, we also got this weed stuff, man. I cleaned up some too. So it's been not a totally unproductive day, but it would have been better for me to prioritize high leverage stuff more. All right, so this is what it sounds like cleaned up a little bit. I mean, cleaned up and kind of like, I guess you'd say dropped. So you have a little bit intro here, see? I still don't have any vocals or anything. I need to put guitar too, but no, it's not Shelley Duvall, y'all. It's not a Shelley Duvall, y'all. It's Telly Savalas, Saul. Who loves you, baby? That's right. Well, you know what I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you, who loves you, baby? I'll tell you who loves you. Telly motherfucking Savalas. That's who loves you, baby. And while he's loving you, he might take a little side quest to solve some crimes. Yesterday I was having this track glitch. I could not figure out for the life of me how to fix it. This morning I had to fix it instantly because I wasn't on mushrooms. I cannot use TE for shit on mushrooms. Who loves you, baby? Oh, tell us if all this does. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you good? Who loves you, baby? I said, tell us if all this does. Just like he should. No rotting allowed. I will take you on a walk. They just opened a gold gym in Havana, Cuba. I'd like to see the line for that rowing machine. I felt like lobotomized for the past 2 or more weeks. Well, I hate to tell you this, y'all, but lobotomies don't get better over time. I'm head out for the moment. As mentioned, just dropping by. Okay, well, thanks for letting me know. You can come and go as you please without informing me, if you want. But you could inform me too if you want. I'm not opposed to you informing me. Welcome to Rapitalism, the late stage kind. If I want to keep rapping, then I better learn to rhyme. Let's see. Traditional, huh? I wonder what traditional is for beats. Yeah, okay, I don't need that. Let's hear the sleigh bells jingling, ring ting tingling too. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Oh, oh, don't you know? Oh, oh, what you show when you look out for everyone's face. What a short song right there. Let's try a different song here. Let's try a little bit of this. Okay. Not that one. What? What you doing with my butt? I gotta tell you that it does not want you. A long time ago, it was snowing because it was an ice age. Everybody knew what was up, but nobody knew what cup to put all of their liquids inside. And that's why I have arrived. I'm the guy who brings liquids to fill everyone's cup. I'll bring you some water, apple juice, or other stuff. I'll bring you some milk. I'll bring you something good. And if you don't like it, then I'll tell you that you should drink some milk. You think you know what you should do, but you don't. I know because I'm singing this song to you, so don't try to ignore what I'm telling you today, okay? But Eric, you say, we don't want to listen to you and your way. We think that you're wrong because you say things are ridiculous and not today. And that's why I feel like you should go away until you could learn to be a better human being. Now, hey, that's not very nice. It would tend to imply that I have lice, or perhaps that my very soul is infested with mice. It's possible, but hey, we all have our quirks, our differences, our unique particular fashions, our, fart smelling habits, where we think that everything that comes out of us is wonderful, even even though most of it is crap. But not that song, though. That was fantastic. Hopefully, you've all learned an important lesson today through the teaching tool of song. Every song I sing is really just a way to teach my fellow human beings the wisdom and truth of Eric. We don't like your wisdom and truth. We think it's non-wisdom and falsehood. Okay, well, then we're all entitled to our opinions. Okay, it's ready.
Yay.
I just need the stocking.
Okay.
So we're going to now strain this can of butter. It's actually can of oil. We didn't quite have enough butter to provide all the liquid we needed. But here it is. Rachel came up with an excellent strategy for straining this since we're on a cheesecloth. She's got some
Yeah, I think they have a hole in it.
stockings that she doesn't use anymore.
Yeah. One side might have a hole or something.
Okay, now, got a little teeny hole there in the bottom, but that should be okay. I need to do what? I need to get something like this. And go like this.
Perfect.
There.
There.
Now we're going to strain it right through there. By pouring this, it's hot a little bit. Not super hot, but let me get this to pick it up with. Okay, now we'll just pour this ever so gently. Actually, let me. Where's that spoon? Did I put it back in here or no? Oh, no, it's not it.
Oh, I might have put it in the dishwasher.
This spoon will be fine. Now, I expect this to be fairly strong because we put a lot of wheat in there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me just scoop this here. Good enough. Well, as long as we get that done, I guess okay.
Oh,
Let's see later.
sorry.
That's so funny. Fine. I guess I was just trying to explain why I was dirty in another spoon. Alright. So then now, I'm going to try to pull this up and squeeze out the rest of the juice. No. God damn it. No, let's not spell it. Hold on. Okay. That's actually not going in there. That's fine. I thought that was falling into there, but no, it's not. I'm just gonna twist it and squeeze it out, wring it out kind of. Okay. Now, to cleanly get this off, can you hand me the pink scissors behind the wooden block? Thanks.
No.
God damn it, I dropped some in there. Okay. Well, that was a bit of an undertaking, but it worked fine. I'll clean this up. Okay, so you want to try it?
Yeah, I'm gonna put some in my coffee. Let's see. It's hot.
Yeah, it's hot.
Like, does this matter at all? Those like brown stuff?
We probably shouldn't. Yeah, that's just like bits of weed. So, want to pour a little bit in here?
Yeah.
That much?
Yeah, that's maybe a little more, and that should be good.
We don't know how strong it is yet, so.
No.
Hopefully it comes out better than last time I made it.
Yeah. Hopefully. Thank you, that was great.
Mm-hmm.
Should I put the rest of the butter oil in the fridge?
Yes, yes. I will probably have a spoonful of myself here.
Cool.
And perhaps I will chase it with some coffee rather than put it in my coffee. Hi, show media. Welcome to Talking to Famous People, the internet channel with all of the prizes. That's right, a lot of people don't know this, but you've been wondering where all of the prizes are? Right here. That doesn't mean you're going to win one, but you've been wondering where they all went off to. Right here. Is it gross?
It's like, Weedle butter oil.
It's probably a little easier when you just spoonful it down and then chase it, you know?
Yeah.
Then you don't have to endure the bad taste for the entire duration of the cup of coffee.
Yeah, it's true.
Where is the cup? Oh, there it is. I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee too. But I don't seem to have my coffee cup anymore. I did a good job of tidying up this morning.
You did, thank you.
You're welcome, but I wasn't seeking praise. I was just telling myself, good job, Eric.
Oh.
I'm going to drink coffee out of Rachel's cup.
Oh, and it's yours, yeah.
Yeah, because that's why I went to look, because she is drinking out of my cup. So, it's fine. We do that sometimes. Sometimes, I put on the tampon and she puts on the cod piece. Not very often, but. Oh, you didn't know I wore a cod piece? All day, every day. Otherwise, how will I prevent cods from eating my junk? For those who don't know, the cod is known as the ocean fish most likely to eat someone's junk. Even more likely than great white sharks, who maybe surprisingly tend to leave that part behind uneaten. Because they're like, no, I don't want to eat your junk. You know what's funny? Fred Armstead. Fred Armstead? Is that his name? I was kind of casually browsing through some Saturday Night clips, and last night I rewatched this one that I'd seen before, the Californians, and he has the best accent of all the people in that skit. He's got a fantastic accent. He's got an inherently humorous core to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't have to do much to be funny. Like, he's just kind of inherently that way. Thanks for joining us, you extraterrestrial strangers. Nobody here is from someplace other than Earth, okay? We're all regular terrestrial. Really, extraterrestrial should mean you're not just from regular Earth, you're from bonus Earth. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. I don't want to wait for my life to be over before I meow, 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 meow. wait for my life to be over either. I should just busy myself doing something instead of just waiting. That seems just common sense, really. Alright, so I guess I will get a spoonful of sugar to help my medicine go down. Really, a spoonful of medicine, which I'll chase with coffee. 60 to 64, SC is down by 4 points. Close game. We had a lead earlier in the game, but Ohio State clawed every bit of it back and then some. Not uncommon for SC teams this year, men's and women's alike. I've seen both teams give up big leads on a couple occasions this year. Okay. I'm just gonna have a little bit of this. Wee-hoo. It's not as bad tasting as I expected it to be. I almost think it's a little better with some olive oil instead of just butter. Yeah, it does have butter too, but can I rap? Oh yeah, I can rap. Welcome to Rapitalism, late stage kind. If I want to keep rapping, then I better learn to rhyme. I'll never catch up. I'm too far behind unless the future rewinds back to the time when rap was performed by mimes. A lot of people don't know this. The original hip hop movement was started by French mimes. Instead of using vocalizations and words, they'd show us with their hands and their body what they were rapping about. Usually, they were rapping about being stuck in a box or maybe climbing a rope. Yes, rap has come a long way since only mimes did it. I don't want Corona, though I want a lime. And that's how you know that it's rapping time. What does that say? I give up. Failed rapper. Oh, you give up rapping? I didn't know you were doing it. Oh, my name is Eric. What does it say? I got a wife. She make me erect. It doesn't rhyme with Eric. Blue Jack, be my spot. All I got moved away from LA because well, you gotta start somewhere, show media. By making mistakes, we learn what not to do. That's true for me as it is for everybody else. I mean, sometimes we don't successfully learn what not to do, and we repeat that mistake. Those always suck. That's never fun. I thought I had learned this already. I just cooked up some scalloped potatoes that says man ready to listen. Oh. Well, you're going to have to listen very carefully because potatoes don't speak very loudly. Well, USC is currently projected, the men's team is currently projected to tournament as a 9 seed. That's good news. I'd rather get a little higher up than 9, but 9's a manageable seed spot. You play 8 in the first round. And it's looking like the women's team is going to make the tournament, but it's not final yet. Potato is potato with an M. It's because it's a cross between a potato and meat. What they did is they bred a potato plant and mated it with a cow. And that's how they came up with motato. Motato? No, bro, I got plenty of potato already. No, I'm talking about this new patented product by the Monsanto Corporation. Motato. Half meat, half tomato, all delicious. $66 to $70 is the score. About 6 minutes left. We're down by 4 points. Arenas has the ball. That's Gilbert Arenas' son. He's handling the point guard position, I guess, at the moment for the team, even though he seems much more like a small forward or most of a shooting guard, but I guess he's got good ball handling skills, good enough to handle the point occasionally. Capillo's pooping up there for some reason. I've never seen her go there before. I have to go to the bathroom. It's probably because the ground's also getting wet. And that's like pine needles. It's easy to dig in. The Mexican lady is talking so loud on her phone at the laundromat, and I want to tell her to kindly shut it up. She scopes and say, "Ay, cuidado, te caes." Means, hey, be careful, you're gonna fall down. Escúchame, ven aquí. No hable grande, hable pequito. Maybe you should tell her. I don't know the word for loud in Spanish. It might be loudo, but probably not. Ay, papi, este chupacabra es muy laudo. Abuelitas with the bam. Scalloped potatoes are been good garlic, butter, pepper, good stuff. Next up, Michigan versus Northwestern. Northwestern sucks. They're going to get absolutely stomped by Michigan. 74 to 69 is the score currently. We're down by 5. We're certainly keeping it within striking distance, which is nice. I had a really good day yesterday. I had a wonderful mushroom trip. I'm having a good day today too. But yesterday I was so full of joy. Don't say chupacabra 3 times. Okay, I won't. It's like Beetlejuice or Bloody Mary. Go to the next one and say, tu piñata es aquí. And she'll know that she needs to go get her piñata from outside. All right, now I'm going to go to the bathroom. Oh, sure, might have been wiser to go to the bathroom before I started this training, but I didn't realize I had to go then. Let me have you look at what? I'll go to the bathroom. You can look at this cat here. I mean, he's half cat, half chupacabra. He looks like a cat, but he sucks the blood out of goats. You might say, well, why suck the blood out of goats? Yeah, have you ever tasted goat's blood? It's absolutely delicious. There you go. You look at the cat, I'll be right back. Well, I'm back. I'm back, and finally, the world is at peace. How would you describe your ideating any or NETI process to somebody who has a totally different approach paying attention, like SFPs, ENFPs? Well, what I try to say is that maybe the best way to do it would be to describe the epistemic limits that an NTP is likely to express. In other words, you may make claims that are correct according to some evaluatory metrics, but I'm not likely to accept them as defensible, or in other words, to affirm them myself, because they're validated by one of the other epistemic functions. So, like, I might say we can have absolute determination of moral statuses of things using negative rights framework, but um, that's not comprehensive of all morality. And the fact is, like, animal cruelty is universally wrong and immoral, but you can't defensively explain why because it's using the other deliberation function to make that determination, which is not the kind of determination you use to establish things that are defensively universal. So basically, what I'd say is, if I'm talking like an ENFP, I'd say our disconnect is going to come from the reality that uh, I'm a substantial amount of time anyway using words to convey information against definitional excising. Like, we can exclude this from this set because of this operational definition, you know? Whereas they're likely to view my quote unquote black and white thinking as interfering with the correct and comprehensive calculation of moral statuses. And the thing is, we'd both be right, you know? It's like, it is the case that we shouldn't pretend as though moral statuses validated by subjective metrics don't exist. And it's also the case that we can't purport to be making defensible universal claims. And it's also the case that that's just how the world works sometimes. Some things need to be known holistically, some things need to be determined subjectively, some things need to be known subjectively, some things need to be determined objectively. And like if I were talking to ENFP, I'd say our challenge is that I'm blind to the kinds of epistemics that you by default use and vice versa. So almost every time we disagree, we'll be mistaking a frame level disconnect for a case level problem. How would I explain NE to ISTPs? Well, I just say that what seems obviously a core absolute value to ISTPs, concision and the singular expression of things, is the opposite of the values, so to speak, that extroverted intuition upholds. Namely, withholding judgment, exercising more time ideating about stuff, coming up with more possibilities. It validates against a sort of standard metric of novelty or originality. Obviously, I could make a song that's super original by just, you know, making it like randomizing the notes as much as possible and making it all about my personal experience going to the bathroom this morning. And it would be very original because it would be a bunch of stuff specific to me, but it wouldn't universalize it all. So, as any Dom, I uphold that universalizability quality of NI as an absolute value. So, my extroverted intuition is generative in a way that's complementary with introverted intuition, whereas an INTP, for example, is generative in conflict with introverted intuition. You remind me of my good friend D'Artagnan, piping rails in my mom's basement and listening to him. I don't feel you wanted to went after leaving university and have you had enough confidence to say. Well, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't know what I wanted to study in college. I ended up with a bachelor's degree because that's what my parents wanted me to do, and I didn't have any other things to do. And I didn't know, oh, I kind of knew what I wanted to do after college. But when I got home from college, I wanted to get a job at Big Five. That sounded chill. I ended up in education, and I was very fortunate to kind of stumble into my ideal career of debate coaching because when I started teaching, I was teaching English. It was just because I got hired at a private school that where the high school debate coach wanted to hand off his middle school team to somebody, and I had put on my resume, just putting everything that I thought might be helpful to put on there, that I had debate experience. So once I started coaching debate, it was very obvious that that was what I was meant to be doing to, as opposed to regular classroom teaching. Although I was a good classroom teacher too, but it's not nearly as good a pedagogy as debate. And yeah, I over time developed plenty of competencies to be successful as a debate coach. Even before I developed those competencies, I finagled success by, you know, having being clever in my argumentational strategies. Once I hired an extremely competent and successful, fair, comparatively recent debater as an assistant coach, Scott Wheeler. Then I picked his brain, and then I learned everything I needed to learn. So that things didn't catch me by surprise. Like, I had to learn things like you can't just make your topicality arguments and say we should vote against this guy because his counter plan that he's running as an AF is totally not topical. It might be the case, but that's not gonna win you that point, right? You gotta learn the expectations. In other words, you have to learn the thing you have to do for something to sustain. And in that instance, it's a shell, topicality shell. You cite the rule, you cite the violation, you cite the alt. It's straightforward enough, but unless you encountered it in a round, which that wasn't how it rolled back way back when I was in high school. You didn't have to have a theory shell or a K shell or a topicality shell or whatever. Topicality shell is really just a theory, a specific kind of theory shell. But the beautiful thing about debate, of course, it makes perfectly good sense that you would have that shell. Um, you have to say, here's the standard he should have upheld. Here's where he violated that standard. And here's how he could have not violated that standard. And then lastly, you have to impact it. We should impact this as a voter, for example, which means it doesn't matter what the other kind of calculi on any other argumentational chain happens, doesn't matter, we should vote on this. That can be a successful or unsuccessful argument depending on how much legitimate ground you have to claim that you be a voter. Like, discourse Ks are generally effective to impact as voters because it's saying basically like, let's say I'm in a debate round with you and I call you a racial slur. A discourse K will say we should vote against him for using that racial slur because um, because if we don't, then there's no disincentive for using it for this person, and he'll continue to do it, and it doesn't comprise civil discourse. No, not a racial slur. A racial slur. Let's see. Is a frame compatible with, I have to go inside and read that. Right. Is a frame compatible with economics? Well, I mean, there's nothing that anybody does in terms of talking about things, analyzing, parsing, or whatever, or really in terms of even action, that isn't accompanied, isn't, there's no casework that occurs that's not under some kind of a framework. Usually it's just implied, where you can infer it, but it's not expressly stated by regular people, you know. But like, yeah, economics is how people talk about or think about economics is very much dictated by their frame of reference. If they think that economics is a topic by which through which you understand oppression, for example, then they're going to frame their economic arguments accordingly. And of course, that's the wrong frame, and so they'll be wrong about it all the time. It is true that people can be economically exploitative or can oppress people by violating their financial agency and rights. But that would be correctly understood um, as contrary to the natural engine of economics rather than implicit to it. And, you know, like one of the biggest problems that people have when talking about economics is they think they can meaningfully ideate about it without beginning with understanding what wealth is, where it comes from, what it represents, etc. So, like, if you don't think you need to have clarity regarding the question of what is wealth before you start talking about economics, then you're guaranteed to be, you know, crazy wrong. Because it's the most natural kind of instinctual way to think about it is that wealth is money, but it's actually money represents wealth that exists first and foremost, and first and foremost, the currency is the way that we represent wealth that functions as beholdens. In other words, when we do useful work for somebody else, it generates a new thing called wealth that doesn't have any concrete form. Cognitive functions have no predictive powers. That's incorrect, sum of all. I could very easily have predicted, if I had known you were coming here, that you would make such a statement because you are the best. I think we've agreed on this before that you're like T.I. Poor or something. It doesn't mean that your way of deliberating is inferior. It just means that it's not well suited for this kind of articulation, explanation stuff, you know? So, like, I just, earlier today, a friend came over, new friend that I met not that long. I met him just over Christmas time at this community party. Anyway, I typed in his INTP. Then I had a long conversation with him. That conversation, I could have been wrong about his type, but that conversation played out exactly as a correct, as one would predict an INTP's conversation with an ENTP would play out. Especially in terms of the way in which we both voiced our switch in absolute and instrumental values. You know, he's absolute value TI, so he's very hesitant to, he's very slow to leave the negationary frame. It's very hard to meet his standard of substantiation. And it's also the case that he's very comfortable with, in fact, prefers things to not be collapsed down to an unadjustable NI reality, because that interferes with his ability to use his tool function. MBTI or Enneagram might be bullshit, but have some truth. Well, truth isn't something that things have, right? It's like MBTI is wrong because it incorrectly articulates typology or inadequately articulates it. So you can't expect typology to function like uh, like it should if you don't do it like you should. Obviously, if I treat typology like astrology and think that a given type is just uh, a description of behavioral correlates or likely interests or something like that, well, then it's not going to have any predictive power. But if I do it right, then it will. And the number one thing about doing it right is to limit the scope of your claims. Is Da Vinci good representation of ENTP? What do you think? I don't know. I don't think so. He seemed to have much better TE than I would expect ENTP to have. Richard Feynman, yes, I think he's an ENTP. Why do I think he's an ENTP? Well, I read his book, and I read Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman, and he displays lots of things that are consistent with ENTP in his production of that narrative. And if you look at what his accomplishments were in the field of physics, he figured out workarounds rather than doing the heavy lifting of parsing things out in full. That's more consistent with an ENTP than an INTP. You made the worst spiral mac and cheese with smoked paprika that you have in a while. Von Neumann? The name sounds familiar, but I can't. Eckhart Tolle. I was trying to think of that guy's name yesterday, and I could not remember what it was. Eckhart Tolle and Deepak Chopra are the same kind of level of thing. It's what I would call exploitative NI. It's somebody presenting NI stuff that doesn't represent actual intuitive insight, but rather just like this. It's like sawdust pancakes. People who don't know any better eat it and feel full, but it contains no nutrition at all. You have a gimbal? Good idea, though. Man, I could do cooking streams. The first time I cook anything, looks so intuitive because it is. You know what a gimbal is? It's actually a thing that they use to, like, I guess, kind of put somebody to death, execute them in the old days. It's kind of like an Iron Maiden, but instead of closing all the way like a casket, it just strips the metal, and they'd hang somebody in this thing so to dissuade other criminals. Where are the proofs or evidence or demonstration for cognitive functions? What do they predict? Are they falsifiable? Well, the defensibility of my explanation of typology is found by checking against multiple different angles of check, right? Is it false? What do they predict? I mean, like, if I type somebody as ISFP, then any other person in the world can test their extrovert intuition question with extrovert intuition questions, and they'll get the same total lack of ideation, no matter how many times similar questions are asked to the person. They will never learn or get better at it. It's also the case that you'll never encounter somebody with two different blind spots in the same stack. If you could find somebody who definitely tested polar on two different functions, then that would falsify the mechanics of it as I explained them. There are other ways you could falsify it too, but I mean, the thing is, I don't think my going into a great deal of explanation as to why this validates and how it validates is going to be particularly useful, because it validates in ways that are yes, it validates against observations. It makes sense as a comprehensive uh, iteration of attentional ways, but it's kind of like relativity. It's so because of of it's so because it's correct, and the fact that it's not the sort of explanation that uh, is checked, adjusted, checked, adjusted, checked, adjusted, but instead is a sort of explanation that's either comprehensive and wholly validates or is totally wrong. So accordingly, it took such a long time for the general populace, including me, to have a working understanding of relativity, because for a long time people just couldn't get their brains around it. Now people can get their brains around it, but they can't get their brains around quantum mechanics. I can't get my brain around it. I'm unconvinced that they have an adequate explanation. Is there any other kind but a rotating Iron Maiden-like device? I didn't know. No, it's not the case that everything should be checked adjusted, because for certain kinds of explanations, if you check and it doesn't validate, you have to throw out the whole thing. You can't adjust it because it's a comprehensive explanation. It either works or it doesn't. And Einstein has this beautiful quote about how there's no inherent reason why a given phenomenon or reality should have exactly one correct explanation and no others for it, but that is the way things turn out to be. So the challenge for me is I'm no less prone to projecting my frame of reference than anybody else, but I can understand that meow statements or meow perspective is indicative of this way of paying attention and is in conflict with that in this context. And whereas a lot of people will instead just be only projecting their frame of reference and not understanding the alternatives as legitimate, at least in their own context. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's maybe an ENFJ or maybe an ESTJ. He's definitely not an ENTP. How you see a future of typology, and you and Rachel? Well, I don't expect that typology is going to change its role in the world anytime soon, and maybe ever. And the reason is because there's one source of correct information on it and infinite sources of bullshit. So, and to be able to determine that, oh, this guy here, he's correct about it, and this is the correct source of information, you have to be already attentionally predisposed to to like recognizing the ways in which conditional certainty is determinate for certain things. People say Jordan Peterson is an INFJ. I think Jordan Peterson is probably an ENTJ, maybe an ENFJ. Definitely not an INFJ. And I've heard this many occasions before. People saying Eminem is an ISTP. And that just goes to show you why and how you have to understand typology and functions via the most robust thing in all of psychology, namely attentional skills tests. They can't be gamed. They're repeatable, and you can make predictions that will be validate time and time and time and time again if you're making a limited enough scope of prediction based on the right kind of thing. But if you don't understand typology as, those two people are the types they are because of their attentional habits, but instead you think they're the type they are because of their affect, well, then you'll just be wildly, insanely wrong about people like ESTP, like Eminem. Eminem does have body language that looks how people perceive ISTPs, and also if you listen to him in an interview, he comes across kind of ISTP-ish in the sense that he's fairly terse, fairly standoffish. But if you just think for a second and know anything about extroverted intuition, you recognize that his work product, not to mention his freestyling skills and other things, are entirely exclusive, mutually exclusive of any polar. No any polar could ever do that. ISTPs, even if they were writing all of it and never freestyled anything, wouldn't write like that. And you wouldn't see Eminem having the flaw of making albums that are too long with too many songs on it, with too many words in them, and he'd have a better sense of how to edit himself, because in some ways Eminem represents one of the great musical geniuses of the last century, but it's also the case that he's made myriad horrible artistic mistakes. Eric, maybe you should make a video of some of those things again. What do you think? About some of what things? Yeah, I still have the wilderness car. I mean, I am motivated to make some long form videos. I've got a script for ISTJ type description in the mix. I was gonna make a video just kind of letting it flow out on this idea of moral moral prohibitions, for lack of a better word, that aren't universally definitive. But it's a little bit niche, like in the weeds of any TI, I guess. Well, I mean, like his most recent album they put out, it had one great song on it, and then he obviously was feeling like in a state of flow when he was recording stuff, and he had more songs than he should have put on the album. And many of the songs, even if he had the right number, not all the songs were good enough to be on the album. But it's easier for him to make another new song than it is for him to curate his work for like a gallery, like ideally if you're going to do a good job of making an album, the ideal way to do that would be you're working on recording material for some stretch of time, like years maybe, and then you finally say, okay, I'm going to take all of this material here and figure out how to make one good album out of it, and then pick just the very best songs from it. And if there aren't quite enough, then wait until you have another one that is that good, and then you put it that album. But that's hard. You hate FI spirituality? What's FI spirituality? I think Noam Chomsky's TI polar. I think he's the ENFP. Anyone is too far left? Can I request a song, Uncle? Sure. Which song would you like to request? Or you want to request a not specific song? I mean, the thing is, I don't think of spirituality per se as being a particularly subjectivist thing. The idea of spirituality is that we can engage our humanness in some universal way, be it Christian God, Buddhist, like attachment, some kind of universal thing. I think that the people who are very non-intuitive tend to be less spiritual. So, like SI Tool, they believe what they can see and touch. Why do I think Noam Chomsky is TI polar? Because, like, he doesn't seem to even grok the concept of making a case to establish something. He just juxtaposes observations next to each other and hopes that you'll intuit the same connection from his cherry-picked examples. And he's just incredibly dumb. He's one of my least favorite thinkers because he's not a good thinker at all, and people think he is. That's always a big problem. It's fine for him to not be a good thinker, but accordingly, he shouldn't be working in the kind of work that positions itself as examples of good thinking. I have no idea what Morgan Freeman is. FI spiritual claims even in myself ESFP. I guess I don't really think there are FI spiritual claims. FI says, this is what's important to me. This is what I'm trying to achieve, or this is what I have to protect, or whatever. Spirituality, as I understand it, is kind of about excising the subjective or the particularist. Like if you're doing Zen meditation, you're trying to quiet the monkey mind. In other words, be in a state of in-eye receptiveness and SE awareness. Of course, that's not actually a value that should be presented to people as necessarily applying to them at all. But while it may, I think in general, like spiritual practice has kind of a similar relationship to the self as placebos and other kind of, like, what's that thing, Reiki, where somebody like moves their hands near you to magically energize you or something. If you're directing attention to understanding your own well-being in non-physical ways and understanding your maintenance of that well-being as spiritual, then that maintenance of that well-being is you deeming as spiritual is almost certainly a way of removing yourself from the prison of your own particularist experience. What are some of the great thinkers of modern day, in your opinion? I mean, I don't. I'm not interested in people like that. I'm not interested in noting that you're a good thinker or you're a bad thinker. Although I'll note that about Chomsky because he's not just a bad thinker, right? He's wholly unaware that he's a bad thinker, positioning everything he does as good thinking and convincing people of it. What matters is not the person, though. It's being correct. So you say, well, who's correct about what? I could point to people who are correct about various things. Like, obviously, nobody would say that Einstein wasn't a good thinker, but it also doesn't matter because what he accomplished is all in the the fact that it's good, rigorous argumentation, and that would be the same whether if it was the same argumentation, it would be just as good whether Einstein did it or Debbie Down syndrome did it. True about Eminem's show. What did the show say about Eminem? Remember me, bro? I'm champion from last summer. I told you to make a rap song. Okay, well, this isn't exactly a rap song, but I will play it for you. Nah, dog. That's not Shelley Duvall, it's Telly Savalas. Not Shelley Duvall, it's Telly Savalas. Come from Greece, down Mount Olympus to his feet. Land in America, acting Kojak. What's he say? I want to go there back to Greece. Tell them what? I gotta ask them questions. Who loves you, baby? Or who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas. When you go out to eat, use the Diners Club card. That's the one that Telly Savalas got. He used it to pay for his meals. He also liked to gamble, and he also liked to steal. But he only stole your feelings from you. It turned you in better shape, dude. Because that's the kind of great hero Telly Savalas was. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas does. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you? Keep in mind, while you're busy basking in the love of Telly Savalas, he can also solve crimes for you, should you have any unsolved crimes lying around. He spent years as a detective on TV. He was actually a psychologist before he was an actor. Did you know that? The NASA news about quantum gravity is great. I'm not sure what the news is. I do tend to keep up on topics like that. I like keeping up on topics like that a lot better than politics, for example. Curating the album sounds fun and good work, but he probably doesn't. His expertise price is $100. I wonder why people think Eminem is an ISTP. Because they're saying Here's the general gist of the affect of ISTPs as I understand it. And instead of using something reliable to determine someone's type, like, work product that clearly displays better than polar extroverted intuition, they just use their intuition and their notions about affect to type them as such. I love you too, Rachel. Imagine you in 20 or 30 years. Okay. I am imagining myself at 84. God damn it! I've been telling you for years that evolution is bullshit. Can you find yourself, for example, when you're young and trying to find partner job, etc., be helpful for FI polars and eighth, and if somehow can, how? Yes, plenty of people need to find themselves in some way, and it's the case that that's probably maximally so for FI polar, but I don't think it's really a transitive verb there. You don't so much find yourself as um, wake up one day having excised plenty of selves that you aren't. What is the most TI polar thing? Uh, I'd say it's the idea that whether or not you subjectively like something informs us about whether that thing is good. That's the most TI polar thing of all, in my opinion. Or the most, like, NI understandable TI polar thing. Because it's kind of like the final evolution of the golden rule. Like, I don't need to know how you want to be treated. I just need to know how I would want to be treated. Rachel can't make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. She's allergic to sandwiches. I am constantly dizzy and chaotic. It can be a health thing, but an MBTI, why would I suddenly act like ENFP is ENTP? Well, you wouldn't. And if you think you're acting like an ENFP and you are an ENTP, then it's because you don't understand either how FI polar can display emotionally, or you don't understand how the limits that ENFPs have, you know. Like, for example, if you're really an ENTP, you'll never have a problem with somebody else using black and white thinking or asking you to define your terms or something. Whereas if you're an ENFP, you're never going to feel very comfortable with the idea that somebody else can negate what you're saying by pinning down what you mean by asking you to define words. Why would I start asking too many questions and lose social harmony? Well, if you're talking about extroverted feeling as a value, quote unquote, harmony, that's not really the value of extroverted feeling. The value of extroverted feeling is likability and or social grace. So, I mean, Leo, it's probably ill-advised to try to make determinations about how much FI you have, because that's much more difficult to test than TI. Everybody has subjective interests, and everybody has feelings and so forth, right? The difference between ENFP and an ENTP is what how they deliberate about things by default. So, um, from a from an overview observation perspective, the better way to be is to know what's important to you, what you want, what you need to protect, prevent harm to err on the side of not hurting feelings, for example. These things are that's the naturally sensible way to do things. But um, that's not at all the way that INSPs do things. INSPs determine whether something's correct, and even if though they have interests, might have in some vague sense of bias towards this or that. This 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 correct answer makes me sad. This correct answer makes me happy. It's something that could still happen in an ENTP, but that happy sad won't impact will not affect their conclusions at all. Like I can't continue to assert or believe or affirm anything that's wrong, no matter how much I want it to be correct. And I can't like not notice this, right? Is that I can't somehow avoid that parsing, except by literally not refusing to see the words. Chocolate milk, huh? You know what I say about chocolate milk? Uh-uh. Uh-uh. That's what I say about it. How would you describe FI polar in a nutshell? Well, it's this isn't really a description of FI polar, but it's one way of thinking about it. If somebody's saying mean things to me to try to hurt my feelings, the most attentionally adaptive response to that is, hey, that hurts my feelings. I want you to stop doing that. But FI polar is going to say, well, let me evaluate for correctness the critique you made. And I'm not going to evaluate your intentions at all. Because if for TI intentions don't matter, we can just deal with the words, right? We can just parse them for correctness. It's like you may be intending to propagandize an advocacy, but if your argument's winning argument, it doesn't matter what you were intending. So that's a problem when it comes to defending one's own subjective interests. Because if you're always checking to see whether the other person's critique is correct, then you're not paying attention to defending your own interests. You're saying, we're going to approach this like we do everything with a disinterested calculus, as though we had no horse in this race. Namsa? I hope you do, Namsa. But if you don't, maybe I'll Namsa next time. One of the great frustrations for me with typology is the way in which societal lies about what society values have been internalized as actual values by people, and therefore they want to be TI versus FI, even though FI is clearly better. And they want to be intuitive rather than sensing, even though sensing's obviously better. By any kind of like subjective measuring stick, which is what really matters in life, sensing and feeling are obviously better. But, and the other thing is that society's lying when it says that it values intelligence and creativity. In school, teachers and maybe your parents or whatever tell you things that convey to you in no uncertain terms that those are values that you're well served to uphold, intelligence and creativity or something. In reality, those things are not rewarded by the world at all, except for an occasional outlier. It's kind of like being good at basketball. The only way that you actually get rewarded for that is if you're impossibly good, an extreme outlier, and also have the circumstances and everything go your way. Same thing is true for creative intelligence. It's conceivable that I could make something that's either artistically interesting in creative ways or explanatorily correct, and for either that explanation or that media generate to seize the imagination of the world. It's conceivable, right? But it almost certainly won't happen because the reality is people don't like intelligent creativity at all. Because when I'm being correct, what am I doing? I'm telling other people that they're wrong. And people don't like that. When I'm making a bunch of songs and uploading them to YouTube, that is only going to get rewarded if one of those songs is so good that it commands everybody to like it. And those things do happen sometimes, but I don't know if I'm ever going to be that good. I mean, nobody ever knows if they're going to catch lightning in a bottle, so. Show media is like Gyalt. He wants to play with these things. These ideas are not for you to play with, show media. They're determinate. I have at this point excised all things that are not very defensible, you know? So, and I've articulated that there is one correct way to type somebody because other ways are always going to be relying on intuiting stuff rather than eliminating possibilities with determinate tests. I'm not sure. Are you asking me that because you think that I would think that because you talked about cookies? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. No, and I totally get that, like the desire to play with these interesting ideas and do various things with them. But that's where the frustration comes in for me because I'm not understanding these ideas as that kind of thing. I'm understanding them as you know the building blocks of an actual answer that's the answer, and that we don't need to revisit that question any further. But you know, I before I had excised all the missteps that I had made along the way and trying to figure stuff out, I too thought I was going to be creative with this with this powerful lexicographical tool. And I was unable to get persistent being creative with it because I kept running into the same problem. Well, that's a creative notion, Eric, but it's not defensible and or it's wrong. Well, in both instances, I would suggest it would be more likely to link to instrumentally valued NI. IDK, if you read this, yes, I do. What one question can distinguish ENFP and ENTP? Before I learn FI versus TI. I have TI. Those numbers don't mean anything. I'll ask you a quick question right now, but I can't tell you what it means because I'd need to actually be seeing your responsiveness in real time. So here's the question. What if some frogs are named Steve and all things named Steve swim in the ocean, is it necessarily the case that some frogs swim in the ocean? Do you still want a ride in my van? No, I never did want a ride in your van. Okay, what type am I, Eric? Says Acacia. Have I ever even typed you? I'm not sure I've ever actually typed you. I do believe you to be an INFP, but I wouldn't make the claim and say I could defend it until I actually typed you. But I operate under the assumption you're an INFP. I've not encountered things from you that's inconsistent with that. But it's like I thought Brendan for sure with FI, based on just my intuition and his displays of all of his, like, the way he presents himself, like clothes and weird hat and makeup and stuff. I thought, well, that seems very FI. But that's why you can't type people based on what it seems. You have to actually test them. When I tested his TI, it was rock solid, and it was increasingly obvious the longer I talked to him that he has that beautifully conclusion resistant negationary frame of the INTP. Like, he's going to make me do my job before he's going to not agree with me, but simply acknowledge that one concern of his has been satisfied. Clean your couch, but you spelled it koosh, rhymes with douche, and I say touche. Wait, that's different. It has a different sound on the end of it. Touche. Anyway, clean my couch. Short answer, no. Long answer, no. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Baldy. That's me. I exchanged my hair for being sensible. Maybe someday you'll make that decision as well. Double touche. Know your groove. Well, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say English is your second language. How did yesterday's mushroom expedition go? Oh, it was fantastic. It was a wonderful, wonderful mushroom trip. I had a good time. Yes, I was on mushrooms yesterday and having a great time. laughing about how boring hospitals are. I don't know. I was laughing about multiple things. That's the only one I remember. The answer is Bobby Boucher. Hmm. You grow too hard. Uh, yes, no, no, yes. I'm not sure what to make of that one. Yeah, it was really quite satisfying because I really felt like I've been going through a stressful stretch of months here, and those stressors have, I guess, most safely say, correlated with uh, less robust mental health on my part, which in practice played out as I'm on my Adderall cycle of high, low, medium, back to high, back to low, back to medium. But like in the darker months preceding this last couple months here, it's like the cycle went from here to here, but now it's the same scope of thing, but it's more up here. And yesterday I really was enamored with my great joy that I was feeling. Yeah, mushrooms to the rescue for sure. They're like they're amazing. I can't believe they even exist. What part of law field would be the best choice for NTPs? What do you think? Well, if I were going to go be a lawyer and find myself most well suited for the kind of law I was practicing, it would probably be constitutional law, but could conceivably be a defense attorney. I'd not be I'd not be temperamentally compatible with being a prosecutor, nor with things like corporate law, tax law, other boring ass shit like that. Because those kind of things are basically about uh, gleaning all the TE realities from some sort of code rather than, and not about like legal concepts, you know? Yeah, INTP I know has great explanations, but I feel like usually leave combos with more questions than I started with. Still, obviously very good. TI and also NI. Yeah. Well, I'm very impressed with Brennan's generative NI. Like when you ask a question, say, can you nutshell the plot of Jurassic Park? That's going to be a generative form of NI. In other words, you're displaying how well you can extrovertly intuit against that standard. And when I asked Brennan to nutshell Star Wars, he said, "Farm boy grows up to be space wizard," which I thought was fantastic. Um, what about software things? Like, you mean like copyright law? Is that what are you following up on the legal question there? I'm not sure. Are you saying would I think that being doing software work like computer science work would be good for NTPs? Possibly. It really depends on what kind of software development they're doing, I guess. It seems like there's an awful lot of both. Well, there's an awful lot of TE, which to me anyway plays out as trial and error rather than even TE. Like if I'm trying to do some kind of like handshake between two blocks of code or something, the problem's going to be not one of the inherent logic of what I'm attempting to conceptualize there. It's going to be some typo in this line here, you know? They do swim probably only if name of some frogs is Steve. I think you want to make me think, well, that's catch. Maybe see if I think about why you asking dumb question. Kind of don't get the point, but yeah. Okay, well, so you're probably ENFP, TI polar. You might not be TI polar, but you're definitely not an ENTP because the thing is, I said, if some frogs swim and no, if some frogs are named Steve and all things named Steve swim in the ocean, some frogs swim in the ocean necessarily. What I'm really saying there is if some P's Q and all Q's are, the some P's are. The the only the only things that are informing the answer here are the relationship between the statement connectives and the reality that a statement fills in this place. So it's necessarily the case that if some frogs are named Steve, and if all things named Steve swim in the ocean, then yes, it's necessarily the case that some frogs definitely do swim in the ocean. Conditionally, right? That's if the premises are true. So the reason I ask these kind of questions is because TI tool represents a different relationship with language than TI polar or FI tool. For an ENFP, they're going to you're likely to find this kind of black and white thinking that it detracts from a correct or ideal engagement with both language and life. Whereas I'm likely to think that the non-black and white thinking is making it impossible for you to convey specific information. Wait, I think I couldn't hear because of audio. Plus, I overthink this. Okay, well, I'll ask you another one. Okay. Um, if either Judy or Julie will go to the park, but not both, and if and only if both Judy and Julie go to the park, then Steve will go to the park. Well, what can we conclude? I'll repeat it. If either Judy or Julie goes to the park, but not both, and if both Judy and Julie go to the park, then, and if only if both Judy and Julie go to the park, then Steve will go to the park, what can we conclude? Oh, yeah, Daniel's 1983 is like that musician, Chet Churfa. That's not a real name. Okay. So I'll repeat it again, but if either Judy or Julie will go to the park, but not both, and if only if both Judy and Julie go to the park, then Steve will go to the park, well, what can we conclude? The thing is, if you have to write it down, and this is confusing, etc., then you're not an ENTP. And that's not a bad thing to not be an ENTP. Congratulations, you're not an ENTP. Believe me, congratulations are in order. Steve doesn't like girls' dolls. He likes the ocean a lot. Ice does a pretty good job. Okay. Well, Johnny Wiener, you have displayed the behavior called being provocative. and or potentially being a, passionate ideologue. And the thing is, you don't necessarily have to be TI blind to struggle with these kind of questions. But if you do struggle with them, you're not TI tool. And the other weird thing is, in some sense, you're absolutely correct that what a dumb question. Why would anybody ask that question? What difference does it make? It's all just conditional anyway, etc. But ENTPs, that would never occur to ENTPs, even though maybe it should, unless somebody else pointed it out. Because ENTPs are going to understand those questions. Well, in this instance, the questions are being asked because I'm using your capacity to answer those questions to be informative about your function stack. So I'm not like it is the case that the question of this hypothetical Steve and these hypothetical frogs and this hypothetical ocean and what would necessarily be the case if those hypothetical premises were correct is obviously as worthless a question as one could ever imagine. But really, what TI is doing is just set stuff. Like, here's a way to operationally exclude things from this set. Steve is only going to show up if both girls are there. So Steve doesn't like one girl. He likes girls. Huh. Two specific girls? Is it Judy and Julie? I think it is. I forgot that Steve was not just in the frog question, but also in the Judy Julie question. Was it the same Steve? Trick question. There was not one Steve in the first question. There were all Steves and some frogs that are named Steve, but there was not a Steve. And so that's the thing, Show Media. It's like you bring up a very good point. Random questions like that, they are boring and meaningless. And most people who aren't attentionally configured specifically to pay attention to that kind of thing are going to find it, their mind wanders. They don't want to pay attention to that kind of thing for very long. It feels like work to, if they can come up with the correct answer, if they have to work it out, it feels like work, right? If you get any TI, or just TI2 or TI1 at all, it doesn't require any extroverted intuition. It will seem effortless. It would seem perfectly natural that one would answer such kind of questions because, after all, that's how you communicate better is by meaning more specific things. It's not actually the case, but that's how it's just the way everybody projects their frame of reference as a norm that everyone should uphold. Like if you were to ask an extroverted intuition question, like, um, tell me a story about a squirrel who falls in love with a goat, and somebody was not, it's not a valued or a strong function for them, then I said, I mean, why would I waste my time making up some random story about a goat and a squirrel? What possible good would that do? Whereas the NE Dom will be like, well, one time there was a squirrel, and it was the largest squirrel in the entire world. It weighed almost 60 pounds. It wasn't obese or anything. It just was it had mutated into a giant squirrel. It's all evolution, of course. Anyway, this squirrel naturally had trouble finding love in his own population of species because the other squirrels were so much smaller than him. But he was in luck because one day across the street in the neighbor's yard, he saw a pygmy goat. He eyeballed that goat. And he's like, that goat looks to be about the same size as me. I'm going to go talk to it. He went over there and he's like, hey, goat, are you a dude or a chick? He's like, I'm a girl goat. He's like, oh, good, because I'm a heterosexual squirrel. Well, but we're different species, said the girl goat. Squirrel said, baby, listen, you're just putting labels on things. I want to quote the great Telly Savalas, little Miss Goat, and say, who loves you, baby? Naturally, she was wooed by this mad game the squirrel brought, and at the end of the third date, the first date they went and ate acorns, which the goat didn't like, but the squirrel did. The second date, they went and ate goat food, which both of them actually liked. And the third date, they went to the movies. Then they went back to the goat's house and had sex. The rest is history. Mr. and Mrs. Squirrel Goat gave birth to children, all of whom were half squirrels and half goats, with all the advantages of both. They could climb trees, bury nuts, and stand on little ridges of mountain with their 4 hooven clove legs. So, for me, that's a fun thing to do. It's satisfying to be surprised by whatever random shit comes out, you know? Somebody who doesn't value expert intuition or who views that kind of would view that kind of question the same way that Home Fries is viewing the TI questions or Show Media is viewing TI questions is a pointless waste of time and not something anybody would ever want to do. Understandably, right? Because that's not their attentional default. By the way, I can't see that. I gotta either get my glasses or make the font bigger through the window. By the way, all ENTP versus ENFP bids proved me ENTP. But they didn't prove you anything. They may have misled you into thinking you were an ENTP because they're not providing operational definitions that you can use to eliminate possibilities like I am. And this is repeatable. So I've, typed myriad people with these kinds of questions. And for some of the functions, the questions do provide us ungameable data about deficits or strengths implicit to having a function in a given slot and exclusive of having it elsewhere. But this is me being correct via introverted thinking, that is to say, parsing to excise things that are wrong. That, if you are TI polar, this will not convince you at all. You probably want to engage with typology holistically, archetypally, rather than mechanically. And the thing is, you could choose to engage with typology archetypally or holistically, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it removes any any typological conclusions you may draw or things you might think about it. It removes it from the world of explanation into the world of mysticism or, you know, mythology or something. Like, it may be true that calling the ENTP the debater type is a fun archetypal way to grasp the gist of the personality type or whatever, but it's not going to be a very accurate gist label for ENTPs across the board because not all of them are necessarily going to want the amount of like clash that comes along with negating. So they may negate in their head and not say it out loud. And that's going to link to their particular stuff, right? So the alternative to that kind of understanding of type is to say, here's a test that represents this function, and it's some degree of gameable, right? Either not gameable at all, like any is basically ungameable. It's not quite as like replicatable. In other words, it could be, but I haven't done that work. But not quite as mechanically precise as TI in evaluating answers, but it's entirely ungameable because you're asking people to generate new ideas on the fly. There's no way you can prepare for that, plan for it, practice it, be better at it. You will never be able to, if you aren't intentionally configured to do so, generate a story like I just generated on the fly with as much kind of disparateness or qualities of differences, scope of difference within it from various levels, etc. And in terms of the ease of flow and the not needing to know where I was going to do an excellent job of getting there, those things can't be gamed, can't be learned, can't be taught. I know it can't be taught because I have been an educator for a long time, and I've been hired to, for example, try to train an ISTP how to be more successful at interviews. It's impossible. You can prepare them for specific questions, but no matter how much you work with them on the, kind of the play of extroverted intuition, like you can't describe them into to being able to do it. Doesn't matter how much you teach them, and they can be absolutely brilliant. This kid I'm talking about got a perfect score on the ACT because his TI is hella robust as an ISTP. He's got a good work ethic, is came from a good family or whatever, but it didn't matter at all when it came to questions that required him to be ideationally improvisational. So, what these skills tests do is they provide us one of the only kind of genuinely replicable ways of distinguishing between attentional strengths and people, or in generally talking about people's personality psychology. The big problem psychology has is, let's say, I read about the Milgram experiment, where some people in lab coats basically told the participant to continue shocking somebody, even though the participant was troubled by what they were doing. They put their faith in the authority of the scientists and they just kept doing it, right? Well, that may be revelatory about some risk factor for humans regarding their relationship with authority and clipboards and lab coats. But it's not replicable in the sense that once I've learned about that experiment, You're not going to be able to fool me with that, right? You're not. I'm an open system. Humans are open systems. We adapt to new information. So having these skills tests that actually are ungameable and are not subject to that open systems problem is unique in psychology. And accordingly, not only is it unique in psychology, but the way in which it's unique makes it by far the single most robust and the tool of choice for determining things about personality. Nobody is going to be more correct just knowing with their intuition by observing some set of behaviors in another or noting aspects of the self that one believes are implicit to self and then intuiting against some kind of type description. Obviously, that's not a way to be determined about something. And even no matter how great your intuition is, you still won't be able to defend the conclusion. Okay, correct. So what you correct-ish, right? What you can conclude from it is Steve doesn't go to the park. That's what you can conclude from it. Now here's the unfortunate reality, Leo. There's not that kind of test for FI. I can ask you questions that may be informative about where FI is for you, but I don't have that kind of robust, ungameable test for that. I have it for TI, for any, sort of for SI, definitely for TE. NI is testable like that, but not FI, not SE, not really FE. That's it. So, okay, FI questions. I would ask you first, I just simply ask you what's important to you. IIRC. What does that mean? I think I've asked you that before, but I forgot. What's important to you? You know, I would also ask questions like one question I can sometimes be a good way to reveal FI blind spot is if you had to, which would you prefer to drown, a puppy or a kitten? I mean, logic and what feels right are alternatives to each other. They can't, one thing can't be either of those things. Important to me is my mobile phone. Without him, I cannot chat with you. A lot of people, their phone's very important to them. My phone's very important to me precisely because I do this on it. It's also like, I guess, very important, but not that frequently used for other things like getting one-time codes or texting somebody, which I occasionally do. By and large, I don't use my phone unless I'm live streaming. Network error. Grazie, faccio media. Hi, kitty. Yes. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use my feelings to love you. Mm-hmm. Eric, you are important to me, and so is Ruben and Acacia. Well, thanks, Show Media. SE Polar, in a nutshell, is can't see the forest through the beaver, huh? SE Polar summed up is you're going to reflexively operate as though it's always fine and or desirable slash good to talk about, think about, consider more a given prospective action in favor of actually doing it. I mean, instead of actually doing it. Like, any tool, if there's something saying either shit or get off the pot, that thing is getting in the way of them using their tool function, which frustrates people and which they don't think should happen. Like when somebody comes in here and wants to be all, we can't know anything, everything's vague, or like those abstract concepts aren't even real things. It's just fundamentally operating under assumptions that prevent me from using my tool function at all. That's where I end up like butting heads with people. Although I'm getting better at just trying to describe the phenomenon rather than react to it. Ha ha ha, SE Polar in a nutshell, a bowl of suck. Don't tell me to shit or get off the pot. I'm still letting my butthole talk about whether it wants to let the poop out. Another thing I've said about SE Polar is, let's say there's an ESFJ and an INFP. And the ESFJ says, hey, I'm hungry. I want to go get some food here pretty soon. You want to come with me? And INFP goes, oh, let me think about it a little bit. And ESFJ says, take your time. Just we'll go whenever you're ready to go. Well, it could be 8 to 10 hours before the INFP is ready to go. Because, after all, you could always do the thing later, right? But if you do it now, you can't go back and spend more time thinking about it. We're all watching you on the big screen, Jessica and Amber and me. They are pros, and we have blow. So let it flow, man. You know what I have to say to that? Weird up. And what I'm going to do to help celebrate the spin factory that we have different versions of going on concurrently in separate places, I'm going to, I think there's a little bit of this Adderall dust in here. Pour this last little bit of Adderall dust onto a bong rip. And we can share a refreshing puff of amphetamines. And is there really anything more refreshing than a puff? a puff, a puff of amplitude. This is going to be a small puff of amplitude, but I don't want to grind up another pill. So I ground up one yesterday. I generally don't like to grind it up and smoke it because it seems like kind of a wasteful use of it. True story. Yes, fresh vegetables. That's brisk, baby. Um, let's see. My INFP X and I would make plans and not leave the house for 3 to 4 hours. Yeah. IDK, if you answered this, IDK exactly what to choose from. I can't even be sure about something basic like integrity. I do have preference for drowning kitten. P.S. Maybe I can conclude parent, though. Well, maybe I can conclude parent through my shadow functions. You mean your dominant function based on your backslash stuff? Well, I mean, the thing is, we've we've done about as much as I can conceivably do via chat. Normally, I don't even attempt to determine anything about somebody via chat because people can appear a lot better at something in the chat than they appear when you talk to them in person. Uh, and the absence of displaying something in the chat isn't indicative necessarily that they won't display it and if when actually being typed. And the thing is, you might think, well, you could just ask me the questions you ask in coding session. Yeah, well, that's work for me, I get paid to do that. So I'm not going to be super comprehensive in trying to nail down your type. Not because I want you to pay me, but rather because I don't want to work. you know, if I'm gonna work, I don't want to be handicapped, and trying to do it via the chat is handicapping me. Even if I could do a good job of it, it would be unreasonably difficult for me. You're a good kitty. You know what's important to me, Capio? You are. Yes, you are. You're an important friend. Yes, important friend with important ways. You're the Pope of Cat Town. Sometimes known as Saint Meowsalot of the Meowmanican Republic. I own dog. I own dog. I'm glad you own dog. Yeah, I mean, you can always ask me whatever questions you want. Generally, I'm happy to answer questions, but I'm not, I'm a little bit less inclined to ask questions. Oh, special lady. So you can probably tell by looking at her, but she received her PhD in Special Achievement from the University of Kitties. She's the one we like to call the good cat. Because we do have a bad cat as well. And obviously, we wouldn't call him the good cat. So, I tell you what, we also wouldn't call him late for dinner. So, have any of you ever heard the expression, don't just stand there with your teeth in your mouth? I was thinking about this, I believe, yesterday. It's something I remember hearing when I was in middle school. I was at PE. One of the boys said that to one of the other boys who was kind of spacing out when like he didn't make a play in some sport we were doing. And the boy said, don't just stand there with your teeth in your mouth. I thought it was very funny. So much so that I remember it to this day. Has anybody ever heard that expression before, or did that guy just make that up himself? Inquiring Eric's want to know. I could have Googled it, but I didn't. So I'm doing it this way, okay? I don't have to gather data efficiently. What are you, data efficiency Nazis? I don't want your efficiency rules shoved down my inefficient throat. You've got two choices. I'll either serve you a Denver omelet or a random, you don't know what kind, but it's going to be normal-ish. It's not going to be like weird, right? But some other kind of omelet. But it's going to be a crapshoot. Could be a, cheese omelet. Could be a mushroom omelet, cheese. It could be one of the various regular kinds of omelets that is not a Denver omelet. Which do you choose? The Denver omelet or the random other omelet? I mean, it could be like a super special other omelet. So it could be like a avocado and hollandaise sauce omelet. That sounds like the more polite, don't stand there with your dick in your hand. Well, I probably have heard that, but it would have been after I heard the thing I said. Don't just stand there with your teeth in your mouth. I'm assuming the kid's dad probably said it to him or something. But I'm willing to credit the kid with coming up with it if if it's not an old saying. What's mostly interesting to me is it's something I heard one time when I was like 13 years old, and I still remember. Because I'm a little bit word oriented. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to recall what seemed to me at the time anyway, a nice turn of phrase. More than I'm likely to remember, say, that delicious ice cream I had one time. Okay. What am I going to play? Some might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't well at Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I want to find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lots to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm proud of anything they get, and I'm proud of mine, got a song to sing. It's been a while since I played this song. I can't remember it exactly. I've done playing it. Play something else. We'll play something nice and pretty. Maybe we'll put on a little drums. Okay, swing and jazz. I don't normally ever use those beats. Let's see. Number 40 through 47, it says. 40. I need to turn this on, I guess. The year was 1837. It was 19 years ago. 'Cause now it's 1856 and it's time to go. The Civil War is looming. I'm in California, which still belongs to Mexico today. I mean that one. Everybody tells me make it to America soon. I'm running away from the Mexican ice. They're after me 'cause my skin's so white. If I don't make it to Los Angeles soon, I'm gonna die in Mexico. That's pretty good freestyle. I'll make it a song about piping rails. I'm sorry I didn't see that. I will do so for sure. Let me just change the beat a little bit by going like this. That's kind of a fun one. It's a little complicated, actually. Let me try R and B. I have no idea what that stands for, but let's check it out. What a terrible beat. This is kind of cool. That's kind of a cool beat. I don't know if it's fast enough or not. Play the keyboard instead. don't like that beat very much. I'm going to go back to regular beats. Like, how about a dance beat? 24. 24. Let's do this one. Okay, you're going to play the keyboard for sure. I don't want to be too super loud. Rachel's not sleeping. But I do want to play a little bit of music. So I could turn it down a little bit. Okay. Now what do I need? What I need is some bass. Time to rail it up. Who has a razor blade? Or a flat card of some sort, like maybe a library card, depending on what library cards are like near you. Let's crash it up. Let's crush it down. Let's flatten it out, then rail it around. Now heat the tube, bust out the torch the end till it's super white torch. And once it is, careful with your fingers, make sure your tube is long enough, cause burns will linger. Then put it up, the cold end that is, inside your nostril, and now you're in business. You put the hot end down on the rail. You better go fast, fast and you inhale. Throw it hard, and soon you'll find a wonderful time. Hot rails. Let's do hot rails until 4 in the morning. Oh, beats we get out on the keyboard and the sun will come down and oh my God, how long has it been since last I stopped to go to the bend? I've got my ankles all swollen from just sitting here. Oh my God, my dear. I can see now the truth and joy, and I can be your fun cash cowboy. And by cash, I mean speed. But not just regular speed. Don't just snort regular speed. Instead, you gotta heat it up and snort it up fast before it turns molten and hits your side track, and then you'll be in a lot of pain. That would suck. So don't do that. Instead, be patient. Snort it up until by speed and spacious, and let it go into your nose. Then, when you you'll blow out smoke. And when you do that, you'll say, "Wow, what happened to all that speed? How did it become this big cloud of smoke? I guess I did just what I needed to. Just like Eric told me to, I did it. And it was just as wonderful as promised. There you go. What I would call a ringing endorsement of one of nature's most fun times. One of nature's most fun and wholesome times. I remember Grandma and I, she'd make us a pitcher of lemonade and we'd sit back on her back porch and, roll that meth pipe, puffing away, talking about Pepperidge Farms. Grandma? Yes, little boy? Why does Pepperidge Farm remember? Because they care. That's why, little boy. Grandma? Why do you call me little boy? Well, look at yourself. You're just like 5 years old. That is a scene from my childhood. No, it's not true that Grandma and I smoked meth together. She was, she was pretty old for that, to start that. I don't think they really did that super long time ago. You can ignore this many questions. ATP, I tried local AIES, not strong enough laptop. Can't person have both FI high and TI high? Well, no. They can't. If you've got, say, TI first slot or FI first slot, then you'll be able to test well to the extent you can testify, which you can't really. But they'll display some competency in both. But the eighth slot will be very unconscious, kind of autopilot, only kick on when it's needed for attainment via the dominant function. And in every other place, it's weaker than that. 4-5. 4-5 is going to be the thing actually tests most evenly. If you have two things that can test. Like, so SI and NI are both quite testable. 4-5, they'll test as pretty fully competent in both of them. The thing to remember, though, is not all functions work out, so I've got effective enough tests for both of them for it to work like that. So FI4, TI5, FI4 wouldn't be TI5, would it? Oh yeah, it would. Okay, so that one I can't say because I'm only gonna have results from one side. Any SE can't say, I only have results from one side. TEFE can't really say either because FE I don't really have that good a test for. Let's see. Eighth slot kicks in when it's needed for attainment by the dominant function. I don't know what the the first part of what you said there, Leo, is, and if you're talking about ENTP and ENFP, those two, it's completely impossible for them to be good at both of them, because to say that somebody's FI tool is to say that they're TI blind, and to say if somebody's TI tool is to say that they are FI blind. So it's not possible to pay attention. You can't fill the same channel of attention with competing versions of the same kind of attention, because attention is measured in units of time. So you have a certain number of hours a day in which you're paying attention, quote unquote, right? If I have to, a deliberative process is slow. So you worked out the answer to the second question there, the TI question. It took you a while. That's because deliberation is a slow process in part, right? And the same with introverted feeling. If I want, let's say I'm single and I'm talking to two different girls, but I don't want to be a bad person, so I need to make a decision about which one to cut things off with, right? Well, that may take some time deliberating with my feelings, and it's not an instantaneous process. So if you are, that's why the two kinds of the same function are never both conscious. Because if I'm evaluating something for basically, you know, correctness or consistency, then I'm not evaluating it from an interested calculus. If I am evaluating from interested calculus, then I'm comparing things against what's in my interest, what I like, what's important to me, what I want to protect, etc. Right? And it's going to be a um, that may also take time, right? But I can't spend the same time doing the competing ways of determining something. I think Ruben understands it well. It was needed to validate on the Thursday by. Well, yeah. The thing is, you're not unwilling to do things that don't validate on your third slot function. You're unwilling to do things that anti-validate on it. Like, uh, there's plenty of things that may not involve that aspect, right? Like, if I'm doing something by myself in my kitchen, a FE is not going to come into the equation at all. So whatever I'm doing doesn't have to validate on FE grounds, except that it has to you know, unless somehow the reality changes so another person enters the room or something like that, right? So in that sense, your eighth slot function may autopilot kick in order to enable you to first slot function without validation on the third coming into the equation. I ain't sure because I have constant fight about what I feel is right in family, so maybe I got into FI shadow too much. I think clash between people is not unique to FI or TI. It's pretty much universal to everybody projecting their own frame of reference. So if you're dealing with people who have a complementary frame of reference, then that clash won't exist. But if you're dealing with people that have an uncomplimentary frame of reference, that clash is almost inevitable. I mean, it may not cause disharmony between the two of you, but it'll play out as in the best case scenario, it'll play out as at least somewhat successfully navigating the difference between the friends and the way that they conflict with each other, um, as I'm attempting to do here by like describing the phenomenon rather than just demonstrating it. What about the FE of how you keep your space and how observers impact that? Um, I mean, it 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 does make some a little bit of difference. Like, you know, I might I might be slower to clean up in the kitchen, for example, if I lived alone than as living with somebody, right? But I'm not sure even how much that would link to FE. Let's say your significant other is out of the house running an errand and you're just standing in the kitchen um, eating spaghettios out of a can. Well, maybe if she was there, you'd put it in a bowl if she was the kind of person who cared about this stuff. Or maybe you don't care anyway. Or maybe if she was there, you'd be conscious of this as potentially being thought of as a kind of like barbaric or whatever. But that in the absence of her, that thing doesn't cross your mind. If it's third slot, it's not very sophisticated, right? It's kind of incredible how, having let cognitive functions settle in for years at this point, I feel like I can eliminate 10 or so types having talked to somebody for a short period of time. I see. Eliminate 10 or so types from somebody else's perspective, possible types. I see what you're saying. Even if I can't figure out what type they are, I can narrow it down and gain a lot of predictive information that way. Right. And it's like what some people might conceivably, although I don't really think I've heard people say this, but some people might conceivably think that the incompleteness of the testing protocols is a weakness of the system, but I think it is evidence of the correctness of the thing, that it doesn't make claims that, it's like it understands where it's hitting. It's actually checking to see if something meaningfully works and making determinations on that rather than just. Well, I watched a Dave Superpowers video yesterday. Rachel brought it up to me because it was entitled INFJs Hate Everybody or something like that. And he started out with a couple of basic concepts that weren't wrong, which is that to some extent, being very aware of how everything plays and everything makes INFJs feel disconnected from people who aren't directing attention to those matters, but are still creating impacts by their lack of attention to those matters, right? Maybe that TWFP book. Yeah, I mean, I really feel in some sense that I do my best work in instances like this. Maybe I'm being convinced by Ruben, but I think I'm doing a good job of explaining these things tonight. I don't necessarily always do the same amount of good job, but uh, of course that's not providing information in a format that is made to be consumed by a person, right? Like you want to read a book that is an execution of a vision that comprehensively but succinctly conveys a bunch of ideas that make sense intuitively, that validate against consistency and logic stuff or whatever, but that also has good NI pop. Like it's not just parse.ti. It includes, without falling victim to incorrectness, holistic aspects that resonate more broadly with people. That's a challenging ball of potatoes. I appreciate your rightness, Ruben. Thank you. Oh, you're looking forward to it or something, right? I don't always drown small animals, but when I do, I prefer kittens. What was the reasoning for preferring kittens? Did you provide a reason? There are many possible reasons. But super encouraging. Okay, right. They're predetermined with obviously linked specific to specific explanations. Um, oh, that's the, I guess, yeah, okay. So the answer is, I mean, but that's not a reason, okay? Like, I, it's saying I prefer it arbitrarily is the same thing as saying I, I am preferring this subjectively and not for a reason. Because, like, having a reason to do something is not necessary for lots of things. Most things probably. It's probably preferable to just know what you prefer inherently. But I'm just trying to clarify that, is that what he's saying? That he just knows what he prefers inherently rather than he just didn't state what the reason was, you know? I own dog. Oh, Eric, why don't you just fucking. Well, this is a perfect example of cognitive right here. This happens continually while I'm live streaming. Because I'm engaged in this process in talking and or reading and responding to words, you know, uh, I I'm also concurrently trying to do something else. I'm trying to do extroverted sensing. In this instance, I'm trying to go outside and smoke a cigarette with a drink and my lighter and everything I need I'm going to for me to do that and also talk at the same time, it's very hard for me to successfully do both those things because it's two kinds of action trying to take up one channel of attention. The SE part, the doing stuff in the physical sense part, gets piloted, is unconscious, and accordingly messes up all the time. I still didn't do the thing I was trying to do right here, right? Because I was talking and I was focusing on what I'm talking about. What I came over here to do in this instance was to make this bigger. But instead of making it bigger, I did not make it bigger. Oh, so the reason is because you own a dog. So do you think that if you had to do that, that you would project your own dog's experience and understand the dog's suffering more than if it was a cat because the cat doesn't look like a dog? I'm just kind of curious about it because um, I have two cats and I've had a dog. I've had dogs before. But I would say, I mean, I think I'm displaying good FI here when I say it would be the cat because I think of cats as more like wild animals and less like people than dogs. Although I'd like to meet both the individual dog and cat first so I could evaluate their worthiness to live. The one that's more worthy to live, I'm just going to intuit from general vibe which one that is. And that I'll do it to the other one. Well, I mean, what I'm saying is I won't know which one I subjectively prefer until I meet them, right? I think that's pretty FI aware. Because like in the abstract, when I think about it, and just ask myself, well, which one do I like feel less bad about? I just say I feel less bad about the cat. But I do have a reason that I can provide, which is like I said, cats seem more like wild animals. Like they're less fully domesticated or something. So, you know, that's that's survival of the fittest, okay? That's just the brutal laws of nature. Well, what I'm trying to say here is I'm acknowledging that I'm not going to be able to determine this without some subjective opinions, like, without just pure FI preference stuff. Uh, even though even as I'm saying that, I'm thinking of other reasons why it could be that that would be my preference, which is a way of saying incorrectly, of course, that um, that what I subjectively prefer, I prefer because of these reasons that are just reasons I'm coming up with that one might have to prefer something. Cats are the real deal. Well, listen, obviously none of us want to hurt any animal. That's what makes it a good FI question, because it it should the idea of it should make you, you know, be like, oh, I'm not gonna kill you, you know. But typically FI polar people, in this instance, um, I don't think Humphreys is FI polar, but he just answered the question as well. But FI polar people, they, with T as a tool function, you just operate under the paradigm that if you ask a specific question that's conditional, then I'm going to answer the question because it's obviously just conditional. My favorite answer from FI polar person was the cat because it would scratch less. I mean, the dog because it would scratch less. It would scratch less. Well, the thing is, TI isn't something you be. It's a way you determine things. If, it's the difference between the referee in, say, a basketball game and the players in the game, or the coach. So the players, they have an incentive to successfully fake getting fouled. And let's say that works. They did a great job because they're doing their job, which is to pursue an interested calculus. They're trying to win. They're not trying to do the job of making sure all the fouls are called correctly. That's not their job, and that's not the kind of calculus they should use. They're using an interested calculus. In contrast, the referees are using a disinterested calculus. They're trying to call the fouls accurately and not be influenced by, not just fakery like that, but not be influenced by, say, their preference for one team over the other, or a bribe, for example. So the thing is, TI is not better than FI in any way, shape, or form. And it's also the case that you don't have to be TI to be smart. And it's also the case that being smart doesn't matter. Ask Eric. Cats suck. Pets air out. People's air out. Yes, right. If you've not been keeping guard, a vigilant watch over you and your loved ones in regard to the following risk, perhaps you've been remiss in your duties, because one of the leading causes of death in the history of the world is suffocation by having your breath sucked away by a cat. It was broadly understood to be so. In the olden days, people would find a cat in the room with their baby, and throw it out of the room. Get out of here, you attempted murderer. Because they actually believed that cats, a house cat, could suck all of the air out of a person. Although there were a couple competing theories. One said that it was not, in fact, that the cat was sucking air out of the person, but rather that the cat was blowing chloroform breath into the person. And that's how cats were stealing people's breath. Well, to provide you a succinct answer to the question, no, it does not. Oh yeah, the OPS video I put on last night was like less than 3 minutes long, and I did not get through even 1 minute of it. I don't think, maybe a minute and a half. Like the first two sentences or something he said were fine. They were, holistically correct observations. And then he immediately just went off the rails, making a bunch of claims. And this frame, which just fucking drove me crazy, which is he's positioning all these claims as being derived from observations of his many clients who are this type. Well, how does he know they're that type? Well, because he's typed them that way. And what does he type them that way on? Well, because he's observed these traits in the ones he's typed that way. Like, it's, he's not explaining, he's not providing any of the information that matters. Instead, he's doing a smoke and mirror show of garbage dichotomies he's made up. Oh my God. That guy is a menace to correctness. A menace to the beautiful and noble world of correctness. A world where everything is either black or white, and if you're going to make something gray, it needs to be operationally distinct from the former two things. I mean, the thing is, it matters a lot more whether one is, say, compassionate, kind, maybe mindful, or even likable, or even concise. Any of those things are potentially things that matter, because like if you're concise in a given instance, it has the inherent value of being concise. And so it's like you have attainment via an event. But being smart or dumb, that's not an event. That's an attempt to ascribe a label that doesn't really mean anything, or that isn't relevant to anything. to try to ascribe this label to yourself is to say, I want to choose a self concept where I call myself smart or call myself dumb, but it's never time to like settle up the bill and see what the final total is, smart or dumb, right? It's an endless succession of opportunities to either be smart in an effective way, figuring out how solutions to things, attaining goals or whatever. Opportunities to be smart in a parsing way, be correct and precise with your language, or the alternative, opportunities to be smart in terms of creativity, generating novel ideas and so forth, or the alternative, there's opportunities to be impactful as well. That's not normally going to be considered. There's less likely to be termed smart, but people might say it's really smart of you to have acted when you did. That what they mean is that turned out really well for you, and uh, you could have. There was an opportunity. Probably other people did hesitate when they needed to not, and you didn't. And accordingly, yeah, is that smart? I don't know. So, so those things aren't very. Those labels aren't very important. I think the most important ones are kindness, compassion, really, because the most impactful impacts are subjective ones. But it's also the case that I feel that way because it's my blind spot, absolute value. So I'm acutely aware of how little resistance I have in that area, and mistakes there are extra painful in some sense. So I might think those are the values that are best to uphold because they're the ones that, when I fail to uphold them, have bitten me in the ass the most. So, you know, I wouldn't say that I'm correct to hold up those as the most important values. But, you know, sometimes it helps to be mean, perhaps, and sometimes it's appropriate to be mean. But you're not going to regret generally being kind. It's different than being nice, too. Um, you are, whereas whether or not you're going to regret being mean, well, if you're in the mood to be mean, you're probably not in the mood to reflect on how you're going to feel about it later. This is 10 times better than school chat. Oh, yeah, nobody's better than anybody else, and no type is better than any other type. Each type is a configuration that's a specialist in one of 16 possible frame pairs of dealing with life. So you could think about it as, say, 16 types of vehicles: boats, motorcycles, vans, trucks, sedans. You could think of 16 different ones, right? Each of them, in some sense, is specialized or upholds as its determinate value one aspect of a thing or vehicle can be at the expense of some other aspect. Maybe this one prioritizes being economical, so it's cheap to buy. It to be maximally that, it can't be also something that's got a bunch of fancy frills, right? So people are the same way. Life is not, it is the same way too. Just as the majority of vehicle needing experiences favor a small number of vehicles out of all the possibilities. So if you think, well, look, good news, I got boat. I have to get around in a boat everywhere. Then, the world is not particularly designed to reward you for the choice you got, right? That I think is a good analogy. Every type is equal. Like in other words, every vehicle is equally a specialist at the thing it does. But the world does not reward some vehicles as much as others. You're much better off just getting a regular car. Maybe a pickup truck as long as you want to carry stuff around, you you could make do in theory with like a bus, like a big school bus, but that would be it'd be an inefficient way for you to get around town normally. On the plus side, if you had occasion to suddenly pick up 20 to 30 people, then you're good to go. But the thing I'm highlighting here is respect the equality of the different types and the unfairness, because they are equally like they're equal. If you pile up advantages and disadvantages of being a thing, they're equal on a level playing field. But respect the fact that it's not a level playing field. There's many more roads than there are canal ways. I really like this thing in The Simpsons where they're watching Night Boat, it's called, I think. It's like Knight Rider with a boat. And they're like driving along in the ocean or something. And somebody's like riding a motorcycle on the street and they turn left. And the people in the boat are like, well, the guy in the passenger seat says, quick, look, there's a canalway right there. And they turn into it and continue chasing it. And Lisa says, oh, there's always a canalway. It's like if you tried to make an entire show about a night boat, you'd have trouble coming up with plots that didn't require a lot of convenient canals and or other. You have to be spending a lot of time in Venice, I guess. Italy, I mean. Not Venice Beach, California. What vehicle did you get? What is it? I got Zeppelin, bro. Zeppelin? Hydrogen-filled Zeppelin. That's a fake show on The Simpsons. I was thinking the other day, yesterday or something, fake shows that I like that I like the ideas of or the appearance of in other shows. So Night Boat would be one, just an example of that. But I like Wheels Ontario, which is from the Kroll's show. It's a fake show about a Canadian high school for people in wheelchairs, except the main guy is not in a wheelchair, and the wheelchair kids, the bullies call him legs. Anyway, it's a fantastic fake show. Other fake shows I like. Well, I liked the appearance of the fake show, or fake movie, like Volleyball Holiday, I think it was called, and Gremlins 2, I believe, which is like this fake, like 50s era softcore porn movie where it just shows these girls playing volleyball, and, like, it doesn't show their heads, it just shows part of their body, like covered a little bit by these like bamboo fences or whatever. I like that one. I also like in the Home Alone movies that fake movie that they're watching on TV where he says, "Merry Christmas, you filthy animals." Wait, would any FI know their fears? Because I don't know, and I feel smarter because of that. I mean, knowing their fears. uh, Fi is a determining function, not a knowing function. So all people sometimes can feel afraid. It's like, it's not going to be, it's not going to do a good job of aiming decisively towards and definitely not against the right direction for you typing yourself to try to type with questions like that. Old South Park has good fake commercials, like Alabama Action Man who bowls and comes home late. Hilarious. Hilarious. Um, Other fake shows inside of other shows. So like, oh, I mean, I like Hollywood stars and celebrities. Do they know things? What do they know? Let's find out. From BoJack Horseman, I like that show. Um, I'm sure if I thought about it a lot, I could come up with plenty of more fake shows and other shows. I just did at Ruben R. You did? What did you do? Actually, I'm already folded. You're folded, like to be put away in the dresser? Ruben wonders how INFJ would answer what question? Would answer the question of fake shows they like? Would any FI know their fears? That question? Or you feel smaller because of that? I don't know what I read that as. Move your washer contents to the dryer, huh? Oh. Talk about FI. I like my clothes to be dry. Just put them away wet. It was a complete stupid sentence. Well, at least it was a complete sentence. That's better than, say, the following. Bobby went to that would be unsatisfying. Oh, where did he go? I want to know now. Where did he go, Eric? Come on, tell us. He didn't go anywhere, you guys. He's just a hypothetical guy. You guys. There was a time on YouTube where I really didn't like it when people said you guys when they were YouTubing. Like, I'd make fun of CS Joe, so guys. Well, he says guys. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm often wrong when I type people in the chat. I don't know, even though I'm strong. I'm not so strong about that. I don't even think I could ever become a wizard. Even if I did get one of those hats. Ruben, Acacia, listen, you just need to keep your dresser very clean. Then the mildew won't get in there. How do you clean your dresser? You got to use lemon pledge. That's how. Turning up my nose at your lemon pledge. I don't think you should stand on the ledge. Why are you so committed to lemon pledge? When I was a little girl, she says, Grandma always used lemon pledge. And that's why I'm into it today. Okay, I get that, but don't spray it on your arm that gets dirty and warm. That's not the kind of thing you pledge. Thank you. I call that lemon pledge. Everybody's favorite flavor of pledge. Nobody's like, hey, can we get some lime pledge? No. I don't even think they have lime pledge. Despite extensive lobbying from the Lime Advisory Bureau. There's a link I've put here for how to book a session. It costs $100. If you don't want to pay for it, I totally understand that. I'm not trying to sell you a typing session, but I'm also not going to provide one for free. You can watch me type other people, see what you can do with that information. And it's also the case that people who get typed don't have to publish their typing or even record it. And many of them don't. Probably a majority don't, I'd say. I never really kept good enough track to say very convincingly, though. Hold on just a darn minute here. Now, hold on a minute. There's only one ENFP typing session? Wow. It must be like they don't want to publish, or something. I think, FI. People who've got subjective stuff that's up high, probably a little bit more public scrutiny shy. They're considering how it's going to make them feel. Did I put the thing? Yeah, I did. I put it with my pudding finger. I put it with my pudding finger there. So my next video I'm going to upload is going to be titled How to Put Things with Your Pudding Finger. And the one after that will be why am I making videos about these things. The one following that will be something super esoteric that no one cares about. Then the one after that will be like, I'm mad at somebody for being wrong and falling back into my old ways and ranting at them or yelling at them. I never really rant per se, in the sense that I'm always making perfectly good sense, but I may carry on for some stretch of time. Simply presenting an iteration of various reasons and such does not qualify as a rant. Granted, sometimes I get a little blah, 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 and it starts inching a little closer into rant territory. But I'd like to think, and granted this may not be the denoted definition of the word, but I'd like to think that my heated meow attain something of a better kind of character than ranting. That fucking cat. All he does is leave cat hair everywhere for me to pick up. Don't worry, guys. I have a burrito now. I'm glad you do. I got a decent headache. Does that count as a burrito? No. ESFJ perfume guy was an interesting one, yeah. A lot of INFJs find their way to get typed by me. I don't think that means that they're a common type at all. I just think it means that they're the most likely type to want to get typed by me, probably. That doesn't mean that they're the type I've typed most often, but it accounts for their high amount of them as a more likely explanation than frequency within the population. I don't seem to encounter people who strike me as such very often. No, you might need head ice. Shit, I might have wanted to be English because I thought it was cooler. It's not cooler. I mean, the thing is, it's more challenging to do a good job in the parts of life that ultimately matter most if you're an ENTP. And it has its strength areas, and if you're doing stuff in life that is right in the wheelhouse of the strength areas, then you'll be successful at that. But if you're not in a strength area and you're being asked to achieve results and things that don't play into your attentional strengths, then you're gonna seem very uncool. Like, You say, your job, Eric, is to live stream and do this. It's not my job. More if like I made money doing this, right? I'm like, oh, look at me. I'm fantastic. Look at all the success and people I have here. Why? Because I'm so great. What I'm saying is so correct. That's why, obviously. Why else would these people be here? Because it's correct. I'm sure I'd be saying all this stuff, you know. But but the thing is, there are not very many spaces in which ENTP is like optimal type to be. I happened to be in one of those careers as a debate coach, but you know, I'm sure more than 99% of ENTPs are not debate coaches. And I also had other jobs that were incompatible with that. Things that were repetitious or required just do this and do that and do that. I already worked at a leather factory for a while. It was torture. In contrast, when I worked at the deli, taking orders, serving people, taking money, putting the order up for the people to make the thing, and then when it get order up and give it to them. It wasn't table service; it was like counter service. That the order line and a pickup place. That job, when as long as it was busy, time flew. The part where the rush after the lunch rush, and you're supposed to sweep the floor, even though it wasn't even very dirty at all. Well, that part went very slowly, and in contrast, the leather factory, which did not involve me engaging with other people, but just there's this. I had a few different jobs at the leather factory, but one of them was there's this dryer that goes around like this, right? And it's big though. And it has sticks coming out of it that go around in a circle. And so you put the wet leather on a stick, and then you take one off of the stick that is coming around here, right? Then you put it back up on the next one from the pile onto the stick from this pile, and then that's the still to do pile, and this is the done pile, right? And then you grab this one and put it here, and then you go like that. I did that job. Another job I did was and the tool they gave me to do this. I shit you not, they handed me and explained and showed me how to use it a dime. The job was to take the dyed leather things, cow hides, and when they were dyed in colors, then there'd be little dots of like the dye bunched up in the spot, in the little spot, right? And you could scrape it off with a dime. My job was, from the time I worked there, was to scrape off these little things with a dime. It was torture. Why? Because it's just pure SE, just just straight SE, no engagement with other people, no novelty at all, just the most repetitious thing you could conceive of doing. Yeah, my testing procedure is to go through every one of the functions and do all the tests that I have for them. Some of them are like solid determinate tests. Others are just checking for seeing if it's consistent or inconsistent with other things that hopefully are more determinate. But I ran the full battery, and most of the time, I'm able to tell somebody with a high degree of certainty that they're meow type. Sometimes I struggle to figure it out. I mean, you can do whatever you want. but I don't know what the shortcut is. The way I type people is to ask a bunch of questions that elicit a bunch of responses that provide me data, which I compare against the myriad other people that ask these same kinds of battery of questions to, variants of them, you know. So I have a very clear sense of the possible range of, say, extra root intuition, but man. But I need to compare it against like kind of data for one thing, which is to say, I'm used to talking to people and in being able to include things like fluidity, rapidity of generation versus uh, like you might, how long it takes you to write an answer might be informative to the question, but that's not something I'm going to be able to say compare against how long it takes somebody to answer it when I'm talking to them. Yeah, C.S. Joseph does purport to be able to type people in very short order. I I would value it about as much as his 5 minutes of haphazardly convey that he does. No one's trying to convince you to spend money, guys. Right? You're trying to convince me to type you anyway. In a way that does not work as a way to type somebody, and is not my way to type somebody, in a way that has proven to be misleading multiple instances before. And it's a way of working that makes the process inherently much less reliable and much more cumbersome on me. And I don't want to do that work for free. I have to go into town tomorrow. Because get this. Just just hear me out, bros and sisses. Thursday evening, I messaged my doctor to refill my Adderall and my gabapentin. I went on Monday to get them both. He had not refilled my gabapentin. And the pharmacy said, don't worry, we will contact your doctor and ask him to refill it. That was Monday morning. Yesterday, I called them and say, or that was today maybe. Is today Tuesday? Oh, today's Wednesday. Right. So yesterday, I guess it was, yes, I called them. Maybe. I don't know. But today I called them and he still hadn't sent it in after they had requested him to refill it. So I had to message him again and said, Dr. Ingram, can you please refill my gabapentin? The pharmacy says I am out of refills. Thanks, Eric. Finally, at like 5 o'clock tonight, the thing came on my phone. Gabapentins been refilled. I got one simple question for you all. What is this world coming to? If that had been my Adderall, boy, I would have been a real kick in the nuts. Harry from Cognitive Personality Theories, who you need 5 reasons you are not ENFP for you. You could have condensed the email down to 3 words. What email is that? Oh, that wasn't an email, that was a message. I wanted to make extra sure that I wasn't coming across as sassy. Like, I didn't want to say, as indicated in my previous message several days ago, I didn't want to be Karen-y poop face, right? So I was trying to effie it like, playing it off like I wasn't talking to him about it again. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I genuinely didn't feel any passive aggressive sassy even because it was a little annoying, but as you know, I'm not drug addicty about gabapentin. Passive assessive. I try to be a polite boy these days, best I can. I used to be a bit of a rude boy. And the reason was because I was having to do battle all the time with everybody in Los Angeles. Oh, okay, not everybody in Los Angeles. Most people in Los Angeles I never even met. You like my dolly? I like my dolly too. I try to remove that too because I'm not feeling that way either, but I'd rather leave no doubt. But I would not enjoy being misunderstood about that or anything. I don't understand what you're saying, Ruben. Fortunately, not understanding is not the same as misunderstanding. Can I show Foxy? He's Foxy. He's Foxy Fox. But even though Foxy's Foxy and Porter Churchill Murphy's a baby, it's actually Porter who's problematic. You know, the only reason he hasn't been Me Too'd is because the Me Too movement has a sign that says you must be this tall to be Me Too'd. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I do. You know, my eightness, my tendency to get angry at things does not seem to play as much of a role in my life as it used to by a substantial margin. A shorter way of saying that is I don't get mad as much as I used to. I love music. You probably was like Sausage Party. Toy Story would have been a lot cooler if all toys were getting high and getting involved in crime. But only white collar crime. you know, insider trading. I imagine a scene of Woody shredding shredding papers and a paper shredder, and Jesse coming in and saying, Woody, the people from the Federal Securities Exchange Commission are here. Where it's like, stall them with his arms all floppy like that. That'd be good. I like that. You could change your name. You'd be lost in time. It's a good song. It's a well-written song. Who is this sausage party you're talking about? That's a band? One of the figure skaters. Yeah, let's just shift gears here. Let's start talking a little bit of Olympics. We're going to broach first event is figure skating. Because why? That's right, it's on right now. The beautiful, beautiful art of two-person figure skating, known as the most elegant sport in the world, is currently on TV. And I'm going to let you guys share in the majesty with me. So, as various majestic things come up, to the extent that I can do so safely without incurring any kind of copyright stuff, I will show you some still images and such. Maybe even a little clip of them spinning around something, we'll see. Not with any sound, of course. Now, this lady seems to have stolen the basic concept of her outfit from one of the guys we watched the other day. Me and Rachel did. So the guy we watched, he had a shirt that had like rose petals on it, basically. They're not real rose petals, but it was like a rose petals. And then as part of his thing he was doing, his performance, he went like this, like he was wafting up the smell of flowers, I guess, gathering them as part of his general sashaying. Well, this lady here, she must have seen him and said, I like that guy's shirt. I'm going to do it, but on a dress instead. What do you think? Would you wear that to prom? I wouldn't. That looks like a man named Jim. That is not a man named Jim. That is a lady named some lady. Okay? She is a, she's got stately features, but nothing wrong with that. I sleep in a bed if I can help it as well. It is the best place to sleep unless you've got a bad bed. It would be a pretty bad bed or a pretty darn good couch for you to have a better sleeping platform than the bed. And believe me, I've tried all the alternatives. Couch, standing up, lying on the dirt outside, everything. Did you really try everything, Eric? Look, everything-ish. Should I search for typing sessions in playlists or podcasts? I think it's a podcast, but there should be a playlist up there that includes that on the homepage. Let me see. Yeah, it's like 4 things down. There's For You, Talking Eclipse, Type Police, MBTI Nutshells, Typing Sessions. Yeah, you'd be better off watching them via Fly Guy's playlist because he's got them organized. And my titles are useless too because I usually post them as premieres, and so I'll title them things like Joe, what type is he? Oh, Tara Lipinski. You're all the rage now, this the Winter Olympics, but just wait till April. And nobody's gonna see you anymore for another 4 years. There's Fly Guy's playlist. Oh wait, that's the Creed one. Does he really have a Creed playlist? Get out of here, Kevin Hart. I do not like that Kevin Hart. I do not like him at the part. I do not ride him with Bart, etc. Kevin Hart, y'all suck. He's not a good guy, you know, or at least he doesn't have a history of being a good guy. He got in dirty with the wrong crowd, put it that way. And it's hard to keep clean when you're neck deep in filth. Oh, sure, it's easy for me as a regular person, not not having to face the excesses, debauchery, and temptation of fame and wealth, to stand out here sanctimoniously and judge. But you know what? That's fine in instances where people are engaged in actual wickedness and exploitation. And while I don't feel like I, it's not the sort of thing that I would. I view him as exploitative and having exploited people, but I don't necessarily mean that as a crime. I don't know. I don't have cause to make those claims, but I intuit based on things that I do know that he, at least for some period of time, was debauched in an exploitative way. You've been dizzy. Dizziness is not, it shouldn't persist for very long, one would hope, and um, yeah, you should probably have somebody look at that or talk to you about that. Like maybe run a couple of tests to see make sure it's not meow or something. Worth doing. I said abnormal, it might be psychological. What do you mean by dizzy? You mean like, oh, if I don't sit down, I might pass out? Do you mean uh, when I look down from a height, I feel vertigo, quote unquote? Do you mean you feel like Dizzy Gillespie, famous jazz trumpet player? I can see why you feel like Dizzy Gillespie if you're playing the trumpet that well. I feel highish in mind. I can run and shit, but more I stress, I push myself, worse I get it. Highish in mind. Well, who knows? Maybe you're sleep pot smoking. You don't remember when you wake up, you just wake up high. Obviously not, Anthony. Or maybe it's not obvious, but definitely not. It should be obvious. Obviously, anybody who's known me for any period of time or been around me at all. I'm going to remove that. Hi, Urchin837. Maybe we can diagnose you and type you. Right. Okay, well, I diagnose you with hysteria. I think we know what the treatment for hysteria is. How's it goes, my guy? It goes goods. How's it goes with you? I hear you love the fresh mountain air on a cold winter's day. And I've got good news for you. That's what you're getting here by this stream. I mean, it's just a digital representation of the air, but that's better than no air. Okay, this is your coach ticket here. Now, would you like to sit in the air section or the no air section? The no air section? Yes, it's a section that doesn't have any air in it. I'll take the air section. Oh, I'm sorry. We just sold our last air section ticket. Would you like the non-air section? Well, what are we going to breathe? Non-air? What's non-air? Well, it's not air. We don't promise you any specific kind of non-air. I've got hysteria, hysteria, hysteria. I'm hysterical, I'm hysterical with hysteria. You don't have to run away from me. Also, the name of my band is Hysteria. We seem to bend around hysterical things like a pack of wild jackals with hysterical mange, and we grew our hair long and wore leather clothes. And then everyone was all, oh my God, that is hysterical. I don't think I've ever heard anything quite so hysterical as that. The mystery of hysteria has confounded the medical community for innumerable centuries. What causes hysteria? It's not the kind of hysteria that's hysterical. Instead, it is a bad thing. You can't be trusted in your judgment at all, because your hysteria has made you fall into some kind of madness from which I think you might recover in time. If I'm not right that it's hysteria, well, I'll admit it might be cholera. It might be scurvy as well. It might be many different illnesses. But for my bet, my money's on hysteria. My medical degree? Well, I'm a self-taught practitioner. Well, I'll tell you my medical degree. I got it from the School of Hard Knocks, alright? I learned the hard way when everybody got smallpox, and I cured them each with a big bowl full of honey. You may recall from some decades back the time when it was really popular to get Dr. Eric's big bowl of honey. Well, that Dr. Eric on that label was me. And it was my big bowl of honey. I became so well associated with this, people started calling me the Winnie the Pooh of doctors. Purveyor of the cure that's defied philosophers for 1,000 years. They finally have reached the immortal promise of alchemy. So true. Wonderful. Sounds like this when we take a moment to connect with the Lord by hymnal, that we can all nod our head in a knowing clarity about something bigger than ourselves. I don't know, username shrug. It was so good, Eric. It almost made me feel hysterical. I didn't mean to cause hysteria anyway, but I know that it's one of humanity's most persistent enemies. Why? The fall of Rome was preceded by a plague of hysteria. Coincidence? I don't think so. So we've got now the U.S. team. They're skating along. They're dancing. They're gesturing. This looks to be the kind that they don't throw them up into the air. This is the boring kind. But I'll give it a little longer to see if I see it, then throw them up into the air at some point. The one where the dude chucks the girl up into the air, sometimes they really get a good hurl on the lady, and she just go, whew, you know? That seems exciting. But this, Ice Capades Deluxe, not so great. Imagine being the cause and cure for hysteria. Yeah, well. Oops, sorry, Capito. You know. Just like fun is the cause of and solution to failure. I had a satisfying engagement with Rachel and I yesterday when I said, I can't look back at myself without rolling my eyes. And she liked the turn of phrase. What I liked about it was, engagement was that she understood it as kind of a play on like rolling her eyes to actually look back at something, which it was intended as. So I appreciated that. Ooh ha ha, ooh ha ha, ooh ha 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 ha, ooh ha ha, ooh ha ha, ooh ha ha. So I'm pretty tired, but I'm not quite ready to close up shop yet. I could potentially do something semi-productive while continuing this channel, like maybe clean a little spot someplace. I basically dealt with all the trash already today, so I don't need to take the trash out. I tidied as well. Tidying is satisfying for a little stretch of time after you're done tidying. You feel like your space is more orderly. Like, now there's a workstation for sitting and watching stuff. It's no more a workstation than it was before, but you feel more official about it. So yeah, I'm responsible. I whipped off all this weed ash stuff into the trash can. I mean, not all of it. It's not that claim. But it's a lot cleaner than it was. And a hell of a lot cleaner than your mom. Of course, when I met your mom, she, at that moment, happened to be covered in mud. So maybe she's not normally that way. Both upper and lower cheeks? You having all four of your cheeks replaced, Ruben? Yeah, I do get my butt cheeks from Butt Cheek Emporium. I try to switch them out for a newer, more stylish model every 6 or 7 years, I'm thinking about next time getting the kind of butt cheeks that go in. The kind of butt cheeks where if you were to lie down on the ground, you could snugly fit a cereal bowl into each cheek. Which a lot of people say is the best way to eat cereal. I've never tried eating from my own butt cereal bowls, obviously, because I would end up spilling as I'm trying to navigate the spoon into my mouth, I'm sure. But yeah, I've had those ones before. I'm thinking about getting them again. Just because you'd be surprised how often you use that feature. You think, I'm never going to use that. You'd be surprised. You'll find friends and family are constantly saying, hey, can we use your butt cheek bowl holes? You just be sitting at home reading a newspaper, and one friend will come in and be like, hey, bro, I've got a bag of chips here. And the bowl. And then, like, your wife comes in kind of the same time. Oh, Tommy, I just wanted to show my husband here. I got this jar of salsa in the bowl. And then, like, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Cut scene. The wife and the friend are eating at the butt cheek bowl and watching the football game while you lay there happily enjoying the game yourself. So, some people presumably might have a little bit of dimple in the front of their butt cheek. I wonder what the most that has ever been is. Like, could you fit a baseball and a butt cheek dimple and the most dimpled butt cheek of all? Probably. I'm not just talking about like the you might find some morbidly obese person who's got like flaps of skin or something. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about explicitly a butt cheek dimple. There was a time around 1900 or something where dimples were all the rage, and people tried to invent and sold machines that purported to give your cheeks dimples, but they all either didn't work or often enough caused like injury to the people, without creating a dimple. So if anybody ever tries to sell you a dimple making machine, ask them this: is this dimple making machine distinct from all those olden days dimple making machines, and how? Because I'd be very skeptical of it. It's much easier to make yourself have freckles than dimples. Freckles you can just draw on your face. I guess people around the 19th century, end of the 19th century, or earlier even, they were very trusting of whatever random shit. Somebody would be like, would you like to try Dr. Jake's random shit in the bottle? What does it do? It does everything. What do you want it to do? I'd like it to make me taller. It does that. Okay, can it make me Catholic? Yep. And how about, can you throw in a couple of pregnancies? My wife and I have been trying for a while. Absolutely. And like 3 days after he drinks it, he dies of intestinal bleeding. That's the olden days for you, everybody. Good news, honey. After I drink this, we'll be Catholic, I'll be taller, and we'll have at least twins. Oh, all of those things were wrong. He was the same height when he turned Presbyterian, and I'm not pregnant, and he's dead. I protest false advertising. I mean, that's like somebody marketed radium water. It's like regular water, but we've made it radioactive with radium. What's it for? You drink it. Why? Well, radiation emits energy. People use energy to do stuff. Therefore, radiation will give you more energy to do stuff. Well, that seems to me to make perfectly good sense. I am going to drink this radiation water. At first I was like, does this really do anything? But now I can tell I have a lot more energy. Just like, I got so much energy, I'm doing so much stuff, my hair's falling out. That's how fast I'm moving. My hair's being ripped out by the force of the wind. But I like the 50s chemistry set for children where they expressly have things in there that you could combine and they would explode or catch on fire. Because, that's the kind of stuff boys want to do. They don't want to play with boring stuff. Look, if you mix this yellow stuff with this white stuff, Nothing happens. That's not fun. Nobody wants to do that. That's how chemistry sets are now. Here's some pretend ingredients. Pretend to put them together, and we'll describe on the brochure for you what would happen if you actually had ingredients. And where does chemistry get off this posturing, calling ingredients something like reagents? Like, get out of here, chemistry. Just use a regular word like ingredients. So your endothermic reaction, just speak English. Nobody knows what that means. Is it something like the surprise face Macaulay Culkin makes? Would that qualify as an endothermic reaction? Well, Ratchet, that reminds me of something we used to say in school. This isn't good that bad. We used to say in school in like second grade over the intercom, they would have us say this mantra. Well, which mantra is it? You got pep in the step? Oh, the mantra goes like this. I got a smile on my face, I got a spring in my step, and today's gonna be a great day. That's a very, it's a nice thing for children to say. It's also a very ESFJ thing to say. Where I decide whether I'm smiling, whether I'm energetic, and what kind of day I'm going to have.
Oh my gosh, that's like my Aunt Sherry right there.
You meowing meower. Okay. Oh. This cat. How you doing, Rachel?
I'm good. I got a cold, definitely.
You do seem to have got a cold.
Yeah.
What did you have enough butter for dinner too?
Yeah, I'm definitely high.
Huh.
Um,
I just had a little bit. I feel it somewhat.
oh, well, you know.
It's no drink.
Yeah.
It's hard to make strong edibles, you know?
I know.
You put so much weed in there.
I know.
There you go, Mr. Kitty. A big plate full of food for a big boy.
I give you a kiss on the cheeks. Oh, thank you.
My beautiful darling. I'm sorry you're not feeling well.
It's okay. Colds happen.
They do.
Yeah.
Especially when we get introduced some big city viruses out here to the country.
Big city viruses.
The city, or as I like to call it, the plague incubator.
Oh no.
Trouble, did I ever tell you that you're an uptown girl? No? Well, you are. You're just living in your uptown world.
Mm-hmm. He is an uptown girl.
Whereas I, Billy Joel, am working the docks in between writing hit songs. Yes, you're a good boy. You know who was an uptown girl, but he didn't call her that? It was Christy Brinkley. He said for the longest time instead.
I think Uptown Girl is also.
Oh, it's also about Christy
I
Brinkley?
think so, yeah. Isn't she in the video?
I think she's in the For the Longest Time video. Maybe not though.
I don't know. No.
Actually, the For the Longest Time video I think has got the guys snapping and
yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm wrong about that. Maybe you're right. Maybe it isn't the Uptown Girl video.
Because like Uptown Girl is like known as one of the worst like music videos.
Do you think we can conclude that if Christy Brinkley is in that video, then the song's about her?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Christy Brinkley, you got with Billy Joel, but he was not a very good partner.
Wow, that shocked me.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know he wasn't a good partner.
Wasn't he kind of a cheater?
Oh, cheater. Yeah, you're right.
I think that's why they split up, if I remember correctly. Go ahead, Kitty. Can I go outside?
Oh, Billy Joel.
Do you want to go explore the wilds? The wilds of tomorrow?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. Off you go. Off you go, just like a farmer to his fields as the sun rises. Are you hanging or going to bed?
I think I'm gonna go back to bed, but I'll be in the chat.
I'm feeling like, I'm likely to fall on the side of getting sick. I think my immune system's been fighting it, but I've not been taking care of myself, so it probably will lose that fight.
I don't want to get you sick.
No, you're not going to get me sick. You and I are both getting sick at the same time. My immune system has fought it off longer than yours, but I think it's going to lose this battle because I'm not taking good SI care of myself. I thought it was so forced, but I like to be silly about it and pretend to be full bought in on the empowering propaganda. You should like double down. I got a smile on my face. I got a spring in my step. Today's going to be a great day, and nobody's going to give me any pushback.
How are like? Did you have to do special stuff? For Candace's birthday.
I was getting instructions on what to do.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Write a love letter that says this. Joel, hey, are you frowning? I said smile, didn't I? I've got a smile on my face, not a frown. And you turned that frown upside down, mister. Happy, and you walk in the classroom. Hi, Ruben. How you doing today? Happy, Mrs. Johnson. Always happy. Always perky. Wow, those mantras really work.
Like for sleeping. Oh, the mantras, not mattress.
Mantras, yeah. I've got a smile that lights up a room. Why would I force people to live in darkness?
Wow, you're just like so wise.
Yeah. They used to make us say in elementary school, it went like, I pledge allegiance to the flag.
What?
I said they used to make us say in elementary school.
Oh, yes.
It was the Pledge of
Yeah,
Allegiance.
they did.
You know what would be fun is if you had a mentor reading in school where there was a large selection of possible mantras to choose from, and they let a random student every day pick which mantra they wanted to have read. Some of the mantras would be, even if you don't like pickles, go ahead and try them on your chicken sandwich.
Okay. Why would you have to say that over and over again?
Well, it wouldn't be over and over again. It would just be that day. The next day they'd pick a different mantra.
Oh.
The next day it might be, if I really, really want something to happen, it will.
Those are definitely different mantras.
Another day it might be, today the Olympics, tomorrow the world.
Oh! But then, like, it's a random mix, so the next day might be like,
Right, it could be, I'm a lifelong learner, but only part of my life will I teach.
oh, yeah, which is like lukewarm, right? It's like, okay, I guess I'll take that.
I will not buy a boat. That'd be a good matter for children to say.
I will not buy a boat.
I will not buy a boat. They could have a whole pledge thing if they wanted to do it every day. It could be like, I promise to be honest in my dealings. I promise to always keep a banister clean, using only lemon pledge. I promise to never buy a boat. It could just be things that the principal was just didn't like, you know. I think that baseball caps are scandalous forms of hat wear. Things like that. And then the children would grow up thinking this was normal, like, well, yeah, I'm sure everybody's school did that, right? Did you guys did the saying about bananas, right? What? You didn't have that one? Bananas are not really that good a source of potassium. The principal, he also maintains a webpage called Chiquita Lies. It's structured like lie. Chiquita Bananas says that bananas are the most healthy fruit besides this. Fact. In reality, bananas place only 8th in healthiness. That's one of this guy's passions. He likes to take down examples of corporate greed. Some of the things are very petty, like fact. The Quilted Northern brand has not increased distributor level pricing for their 16 pack Quilted Northern soft version. But Costco chose to raise the price anyway by up to 4%. If we were saying that about eBay, they'd send them dead animals in the mail. That's kind of the level of critique that those people were facing, that eBay was facing from those people when eBay decided to go nuclear on them. What a wacky story, huh? Such a strange thing to do. I guess it's like all the executives got caught up in the like mythology of corporate espionage or something. Yeah, some people went to jail, but like the main guy in the company managed to avoid any consequences, and except that at some point he withdrew with a massive severance package. But some of the lower level management people who were involved, they went to jail. It probably was, Rachel. I think it was an example of corporate hysteria. It definitely was, because you're literally talking about like two just as vanilla as can be, middle aged, maybe older, even than middle aged a little bit, Midwestern couple writing a newsletter about eBay and their experience as eBay sellers. And in every sane universe, eBay doesn't even notice this thing because it's obviously beneath their notice and cannot conceivably make any kind of significant impact on their business. Like, how many eBay sellers are deciding what their behavior on eBay is going to be based on perspectives voiced in a newsletter written by two random people from Illinois or something? Nobody. But instead, eBay's out like, look, zero tolerance around here, okay? You're either with us or you are against us. And if you're against us, we're against you. But I just was saying, I wish you hadn't increased the fee to 35 cents. You wish. You think we care what you think? You hate eBay and we hate you. But I'm like sell on eBay all the time. Here's a dead possum. Stick it in your mouth, cunt. I bet they learned that when they got their MBAs, you know. Oh, eBay. What a, you've had quite the arc as a company, you know. eBay for a while was kind of like the hot thing, and then kind of stopped hearing about it as people went to buying things on Amazon. But it feels like it's still going strong. There's still certain kinds of things that the best place to get them is eBay. You know, they don't seem to really be about auctions anymore. I don't think. Or are they mostly just buy it now stuff? I don't know. I don't go on eBay that often. It can be fun to look at random shit on eBay though. I prefer its interface over, say, uh, what's that one called? You know, Grinder for Crafts. What's Grinder for Crafts called again? Where you like Etsy? That's what it's called. Etsy. I'm much I'm much more likely to buy something on eBay uh than to buy something on Etsy. Or I'm here to break the mod echo chamber. Yo, Eric, you watch NBA? I do not. I find NBA basketball basically unwatchable. It's an endless procession of stoppages, fouls, free throws, replays, commercials, and other non-basketball related activities. Yeah, it's a good place to find super particular things like Tiffany and Friends, or 1967, freaking what's the brand? Crown typewriter model, yeah, or you find shit like that. Only watch the finals because of that, and even then, it's only if I like the teams. Well, Diarrhea, I have some good solutions for the NBA if they want their game to be entertaining and want people to actually want to watch it. I've got a recommendation regarding how to deal with free throws, where you just basically both teams take all of their first half free throws in a row at the end of the first half. That way you don't have to stop the flow of play. I also would like to see them have like hockey style line changes rather than well, that's Rich. A lot of stuff on my face I need to spoon. I'm never gonna get all the forehead energy away if I don't have a proper utensil. Six-pack of Orbit's drink from 1908 with little floating colored globules. Probably there's like a label on it that says now featuring microplastics. I remember them too. I totally remember them. They need to bring back hand checking and take away limits to zone defense, but the free throw idea sounds really good. I think the issue is more so just how rewarding battling for a foul is. Well, the thing is, if they just blew the whistle and the refs were in charge of making note of the foul and the player just immediately took it out of bounds and threw it in, it wouldn't interrupt the flow of play even if there were the same amount of fouls. You remember the old guys in the pubs getting the spoons out and playing them, huh? This is not a playing spoon because number one, you need two of them, and number two, it's too small for that. Did you ever try it, Ruben? One of those drinks? I don't know if Ruben ever tried one or not. I'm going to say no. I don't think I ever tried one, but I remember seeing them. This spoon is like the perfect little black dress. You can repurpose it for many occasions, and it always looks different, even though it's the same dress. Just like this spoon. Right now, it's representing the spirit of innovation. It's like it's taking the place of the light bulb above the head. Yeah, you repurpose things, renew, reuse, recycle, repurpose. These are my mottos. It's a good pointer, to emphasize points. If you really want to make a point, not only this, but this. If you're getting attacked by assassins, you could use the reflective part of the spoon to shine light into their eyes. They'll be blinded. It'll give you a chance to get away. And, silver is antimicrobial, so you don't have to worry about it growing mold on it. Unlike most spoons. This spoon will grow no mold on it. Well, the spoon protects from only some kinds of bears. Obviously, Pandas are notoriously scared of spoons. Brown bears eat spoons for breakfast, whereas grizzly bears just use spoons to eat breakfast. I'm glad you remember, Acacia. I will buy you some from eBay if you desire to drink a lava lamp or 5. Do they still make Tab? Was Tab like the first Diet Coke? Seems like it might have been. Not 6 because the Texan's got to collect his glow tubes? Globules. Oh, I liked it better when it said glow tubes. If only they weren't expired. Look, just because something has an expiration date on it doesn't mean it actually expires. Like, let's say you've got a can of something, and the kind of can that you have to open with a can opener, so it's fully sealed and stuff. It might say it goes bad in 4 years or something, but it'd probably be just fine even 20 years from now. In contrast, milk doesn't work that way. If it says the expiration date of February 18th, you can't just go, well, I figured you could add a couple weeks to that, it'd be fine. No, does not work like that. Your spork would suffer the curse of everything that tries to be more than one thing at the same time. It will fail to do either thing well. Your spork will prove to be a poor fork and a poor spoon. What beats a bad fork and a bad spoon? A good spoon. A true spoon. A just and righteous spoon. I think of lots of meds, tablets, and packets. They're fine for about 4 years after the expiration date. Yeah, pills don't usually go bad very quick. Meds you trust more than foods? Well, like, look here. Cameron wrote a date on something. But, like, this is exactly the kind of food that you can imagine yourself, like, oh, God, the apocalypse is happening, and you flee from your home and you find yourself escaping into some woods where there's some old survival cabin. And in there you find boxes of much needed provisions. And it has something like this in it. Oh, look, it's a little ham. It looks like it went bad 2 years ago. I'll be the judge of that. And then they eat it and it's fine. And then they go, anything else? There's some ramen, but oh, look, a can of pineapple. This is just like a food drive at school. Weird canned things that people don't remember why they got in the first place.
I'm gonna have some Indian food and hopefully the spiciness will help me.
Like, if you're really hard up and a guy brings something to the food drive and you don't have even canned pineapple, you're like, oh, I've got these packets of hot cocoa. Okay, well, thank you, Jennifer, for these saltines and hot cocoa. Ooh, lima beans. French ham. That was my name back when I was in the gang. The street gang.
I think you're the cutest. I'm like so obsessed with you.
Thank you, my beautiful darling.
You're welcome.
Yo, French ham. What's up, saucy packet? This is the kind of names we had for each other in the gang. The street gang, as they called it. A lot of other gangs had some kind of letter numbers or some code word name. We just called our gang the Street Gang. Later, we changed it to the original Street Gang because some of the other Street Gangs tried to copy us. You might be thinking, were we one of the street gangs in West Side Story? No. The Street Gang preceded even those street gangs in West Side Story. We also sometimes went by the name the Hug Cartel. But we didn't really try to maintain any kind of violence and forced monopoly on hugs. So perhaps it was a little bit misleading to call ourselves a cartel. Hey, you can't cross the hug cartel. If you cross us, you're gonna get a big hug. Yeah, how's that feel? Now, see, now we're not fighting anymore. Maybe your school, Ruben, whoever was in charge of the mantras, they could go down to Mexico and have people repeat. We're not about being a drug cartel. We're a hug cartel. And then, just with a little bit of assertive positive thinking, we could see Mexico's epidemic of prohibition fueled violence come to a blessed end. See all these former drug cartel people walking around with these big fake smiles. Well, I guess it's back to selling piñatas. You think we could still get like $1,000 an ounce for piñatas? Oh, I don't know. We have to make a pretty good piñata. I guess it's kind of a tricky policy question. Like, it's probably not a good idea to make certain kinds of drugs too easily accessible for, you know, non-medical purposes. Like, I'm not sure America would be better off if all the fentanyl addicts could just get it at 7-Eleven. At the same time, it's also kind of true for drugs that I might favor too. Like, I don't necessarily think America would be better off if you get meth and acid at 7-Eleven either. But, you know, this is me chartering into impact calculus territory, which is not my normal MO, obviously. I think the reason I'm so chill today is because I'm sick. I feel like fever kind of coming on. I should eat some more food. Eating food in the park. I think it was the 4th of July. People meowing, people saying meow meow. Dude, just look, he can be a badass villain. I have no desire to be any kind of villain.
Oh, you'd be the hero?
Yes, I'm the hero of every story.
That's the Eric I know.
Mm-hmm. I'm that kind of Dunning-Kruger guy who says, I'm sure I can fly the plane. No, I've never tried before, but how hard could it be? Cut to the scene of the plane crashing directly into the mountainside. Alright, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go Hungry Man meatloaf. Is it meat? Is it bread? It's both. By combining meat and bread, you can create meatloaf. 8.5 minutes. Okay. All right then, deal. I accept the terms of your offer. I will cook you for 8.5 minutes. Maybe 9, because I want to stop and stir. I don't accept those terms of your offer. 9 minutes it is. That's a long time for a microwave.
Yeah, it is.
Just make me harvest the wheat while you're at it. Step 1. Harvest wheat. Grind wheat at mill. Bring flour home. Mix with 3 raw eggs, half a cup of milk, a stick of butter. Stir. Let thicken overnight. Wait, this is supposed to be microwavable chicken fried steak. What's going on here? Once mixture has set, remove from the fridge and set aside. Take out a large mixing bowl. 21 likes. Eric's been popular lately. If by lately you mean like the last 5 minutes, yeah. I've got 10 people here. It's pretty good.
It is.
I'm always happy if I'm in double digits, I think.
Yeah.
Great. That's enough people for things to not get stagnant or demoralizing. This event is so fucking boring. I cannot believe I've let it be on the TV as long as I have. That's the wrong one. I pushed the wrong thing. Ta-da! We did it! We're done ice skating. Now we just have to hug and celebrate what a wonderful job we did. You know what I don't like is when they go and they bow to each direction, even if like the clapping's already petered out.
Yeah.
If you're gonna bow to each direction, you better be faced with a standing ovation. Mince pies are strange, the ones you get at X-Max, because there's not mince in them, just fruit. What is mince exactly? Is it like, you mean like minced up meat? Or is it like sweet, so-called sweet breads? You on the mushrooms tonight? No. You can't do mushrooms back-to-back days. They won't work the second time. Ideally, you have a full week between taking mushrooms, but you could do it on 5 or 6 days. It's fine. Mince equals beef. Well, actually, it will be 10 p.m. It's 10:12. It's a little bit after 10 p.m.
Oh, yes, trouble.
What? No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, TV, your tolerance goes up 4 times overnight. Is that how much it is? I mean, yeah, it's like it's a waste of mushrooms to try to take them again too soon. You gotta let your head get fresh again. You gotta let it get fresh, exciting, and new. Oh, yeah, I'm feeling sicker and sicker by the
Oh
minute.
no! Oh my gosh! Oh no!
Yeah, an eighth means a half an ounce for the equivalent trip the next day. That sounds about right. So just be patient and have a relationship with mushrooms on mushrooms' terms.
Yeah, that's the problem I have with it.
Mushrooms is like a drug that seems to establish some clear boundaries. For me anyway, like, if you try to do it like this, you it will not work properly. You will not have a good time. You'll feel nauseous or whatever. We get free mushrooms here. Mushroom picking season is October, November here. I mean, you have naturally occurring psychedelic mushrooms growing around? That's very lucky. I wish we had that. But instead, we don't have that. Or if we do, I don't know where they are. Uh, well, soon I'll have some hot dinner. And after I eat, I'll probably just call it a stream and maybe try to go to bed. I'm almost inclined to take half an olanzapine tonight.
Do it. I did.
Oh, cool. That's not how you spell it, but I know what you meant, so it's fine. It's spelled with a P first. Oh, this is a guy with a dead parents.
Yeah.
This is a depressing story, but kind of uplifting too to see him competing and keeping their memory close and stuff. Andrew Torgashev. Oh, those silent letters. Yeah. P is a frequent culprit of stealth like that. Oh, wow. I'm descending fast into sickness.
Man, I feel like I made it happen.
No, I made it happen by my immune system gave me a nice window of opportunity to get over this before I actually got it, right? Instead, I stayed up all night and partied hard. Now I'm getting sick. Make sure you phone a friend about your phonetics. Are you trying to stage an intervention because I'm hooked on them? I'm not really going into that kind of hole, though. Like, psychiatrist? uh, I do not have any emergency. What I have is a little bit of time left before my food, and then I'll have the treatment of a hot dinner. After that, well, I just took a couple of ibuprofens, and after that, I'll take half a olanzapine, and I can tell I'm gonna hopefully sleep well and soon. I don't know if I'm gonna sleep well, but I'm gonna soon enough be, you know, having that sick disinterest in being up and doing stuff.
Yeah, it kind of makes you hibernate.
Yeah, I'll take a shower too. Taking a shower is a critical stage in treating yourself when you're sick for making yourself feel better. It may not make you well, but it's kind of like Reiki. It's directing the extended attention to self-care that matters more than a specific kind of self-care. Okay, this is food. Before I get myself a fork, I'm going to replace the water in the catch dish with new water. Actually, this time I provided them water plus. It's like regular water with a special added wettening agent. Makes it up to 3% more wet than regular water. What's the wettening agent? Gasoline. Don't worry, it's unleaded. A wettening agent. Well, I think later when I do get in the shower, I'm going to use a wettening agent before I apply any soap or anything, in order to maximize the chemical reaction of latherment. Benzos are great for calm downs. Yes. And sometimes I hit Rachel up for part of a Klonopin, but olanzapine makes me sleep better, and mostly what I want to do is sleep hard. You wish you had a K-Pen script. Well, you know what they say, Acacia. If ifs and buts were wishes and nuts, we'd all have a lot of Klonopin. You're never going to achieve your dreams by wishing. You got to go to the doctor and start lying your ass off.
Maybe while we're like sick together, we can watch a movie or something.
We could do that. I was thinking conceivably of we could move the TV in the bedroom. I was thinking about doing it for you, actually, but now that I'm sick too, that's something we could do.
Put it in the bedroom?
Yeah, put a TV in the bedroom for, like, pretend we're not sick.
That'd be
Wouldn't
great.
you be more comfortable watching it on a TV in the bedroom than your
Yeah,
phone?
of course.
Yeah, okay, so let's do that.
People advise against TVs in bedrooms, but what do you think, Poppycock?
Um, I mean, I don't, I'm not gonna be able to try to go to sleep with the TV on, but I, when I'm sick, for example, I, the idea of lying in bed watching on TV doesn't sound so bad. And more importantly, I, I don't want to move it in there for me. I want to move it in there for you. And even though I still won't be able to try to go to sleep with the TV on, when I'm not in there trying to go to sleep, you'll be able to watch TV in bed when you're not trying to go to sleep. Mm-hmm. Lansing makes me hungry too, but
Yeah.
I'm not as hungry as the wheat drinks.
Right, I know, me too.
Those things make me go into sleepwalk eating.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm asleep and I have this vague notion of getting up, and then I find myself in front of the refrigerator just going, well, smother my biscuits in rhubarb preserves. Would you like some meatloaf trouble?
You know he does.
All right, Mr. Boy. Here you go. You might not, you, maybe it's the case that you shouldn't have to lie much to get it, but it might be advisable to lie anyway because doctors might be like, well, I'm only going to prescribe that kind of controlled substance if I really think they really, really need it. So even if you do have a genuine need for it, you might have to meet a higher standard than that. But you know what I say? Controlled substance, schmolled substance. I like my substances like my mayhem, uncontrolled. Well, that's the thing. They aren't really meant to be in charge, but we tend to like defer to them too much because they have expertise in something that most people don't want to pay that much attention to have expertise in it. Like we're forced to do that with medicine all the time in the sense that uh, the doctor takes some blood, does some test, and tells you, okay, well, no, that drug won't help you because it's not caused by this thing, as I thought it might be. And you can then at that point, like, check yourself to see if that's what's commonly meant to do. But I find like people don't want to get bogged down in all this medical knowledge and have a reasonable expectation that this professional for whom training standards are very high that their perspective on what ought to be done is going to be better than yours. People maybe shouldn't think that, but it's understandable that they do. Have you tried telling them that the bugs have come back? Well, I suggest an alternative approach. Instead of telling them that, bring all the bugs with you in a box. Hey, listen, I'm telling you about these bugs for a while now. You haven't believed me. So, you're either going to prescribe me this drug, or I'm going to open this box and show you all the bugs.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, they are flying. Some of them, many of them, they will escape. If you don't want these bugs all over your office, just write the script. Pill pusher, huh? Why is it that only pills get... Well, I guess drug pusher works too. You hear that sometimes, but no other specific kind of drug gets pushed besides pills. Like, if you have it in a nasal spray form, you're not a nasal spray pusher. They want you to be patient and for them to decide. Oh, well, if you're talking about, you know, the drugs you wanted to get prescribed, it's true that if you know what drug you want to get, doctors are nothing but a barrier between you and the purveyor of an actual solution, namely the pharmaceutical company. Nasal spray is addictive. Well, I mean, you can have that be the delivery mechanism for a lot of different kinds of drugs. Not everything. It has to be something you can insufflate, but the amount of times, I don't know. It delivers a mix of gabapentin and tramadol to my brain.
I can't wait to lay next to you.
I'm very, very ready to begin lying down very soon. But it's more on the psychiatric drugs that general practitioners aren't fully trained in. Right, well, you know, Rachel and I have a psychiatrist, so he is specialized, he does specialize in this kind of drugs. Um, you know, let's say you want to get prescribed Adderall or something. Obviously, your best bet is to find a doctor who specializes in prescribing Adderall and other like those kind of drugs. You know, when you want to get your nail hammered in, find a doctor who specializes in using a hammer. they might call themselves like ADHD specialists. But really, they're just, Jesse Pinkman dressed up in fancy lab coats.
Yeah.
Well, if the pharmacy didn't stand as an additional hurdle between you and your drug, the doctors would probably try to put some hot pepper in there to give it a little spiciness. I don't know where flavor went. I'm not the Fly Guy shepherd. I wonder what it was about those curved staff things that appealed so much to shepherds. Why the curved thing at the top?
Maybe you're gonna move around by the neck.
Maybe.
I can only think.
The worst thing that antipsychotics, I don't know what that is. Do is block all dopamine you bring to the GC receptor. That does sound terrible. The hook could help with the gates. I mean,
it could be multi-purpose.
I'm wondering if they did some kind of baton twirling with it. Maybe they just all agreed to use that so that all the sheeps would know when they saw that guy was a shepherd. Antipsychotics, huh? What's an example of an antipsychotic? Is olanzapine an antipsychotic?
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Zyprexa.
Is
I don't know about
olanzapine?
olanzapine, but Zyprexa's definitely. And that's what my mix of meds is supposed to do.
Oh, so Zyprexa is olanzapine then, right? Or no?
I don't know.
I think Zyprexa might be the brand name for olanzapine.
Okay, then yeah.
Sorry, I don't understand.
It used to be prescribed one. Forgot what it was called. Normative. Thanks to Normative, your days can go from crazy to normal.
Can I touch your cheek?
Here you go, cheek toucher.
Nice ones.
Thank you. I gotta get one of these Anzapines. That I think are half of one anyway. I think I'm gonna take a couple Tylenols on top of my ibuprofens because I feel like somebody shoved a dead face in my regular face. damn it. Somebody shoved a dead face in my regular face. I even had a sign that said no dumping on my face. On, in, near, or around my face. Where's the chopper? Here it is. Little chopper, you can chop, do your job, do a lot. There's already a chopped one in here. I don't need to chop it with a little chopper. Okay. A little chopper. The little project with a big amount of uses. A little chopper will chop pills. Little teeny pieces of styrofoam. And so much more. It's called Lithuanian Nude. It apparently is the color of a nude Lithuanian. Well, the chopper was another one in the gang, yeah. He got that name because he had a little remote control helicopter that he played with all the time. Until finally, he was the victim of gang violence. What kind of gang violence? Well, it wasn't that bad, but he scraped one of his knees, and his wrist was kind of sore for maybe a day and a half. How did it happen? I'm not going to break the gang's code of silence. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe it wasn't. Who knows? Triangle Kush is a killer first thing in the morning few. Little chopper, piping hot. Mississippi mashed. Various people in the gang. Shipping container. Shipping container was always complaining about his name, saying, nothing fun about my name. Why do I have to be shipping container? I was like, nobody chooses your gang name. It just sort of falls on you like a mantle from the heavens. This Korean guy, I was impressed with him last time. It's weird. It's like, this is short program 2. It seems like they're doing the same routine even. You tried a raspberry strain that's one that's 28% THC. I've not tried one, no. I've tried some strains that purport to taste like tangerine, like tangy, and some that have had other kind of citrusy flavors. But generally I find that sativas, high quality sativas, taste like vinyl tubing. Well, we put the TV on that table in the garage. That's not a bad idea. Let's look at this. That dresser thing is not wide enough for the TV inside of, huh? Or is it? Or are they? I guess I'll have to see how wide the TV is. What TV am I going to get? Is there a TV upstairs?
I don't know.
In your room? Or there's one?
The black room, maybe?
Okay, there's one in the garage here. I'll get this one. I just don't know what the... Yeah, it's here. Okay. Here's the TV. The T in TV stands for tele, the V for vision. The name refers to the capacity of this thing to tell you its visions to your eyes. Let's see. Hello, hello, hello. Are you going to fit in here? Yes, you are. Okay. So,
Okay, so we have some stuff to move.
I do have some stuff to move here, yes. Take these blankets and I'm going to put them up on top of here.
Yeah, that's a good place.
Get up there, yo. There. This is the problem. Let me just put this in here. You go in there too. Okay, now I've got some other things to get. Let me turn on this other light. These things can go in the garage. You know what, Eric? When there was that time at some point in the past where you're like, you know what, I'm just going to shove all this shit in here. That was a poor decision. What is this? Oh, this is the paperwork for the little wilderness car. That's what that is. Oh, just stick all this shit right there and I'll be fine.
I know.
A day of reckoning will never arrive.
We found my bug hat though.
Oh, there's your bug hat.
Yeah, it was good.
What's this? Oh, this is the owner's manual for little wilderness. Okay. And this is some kind of, like stickers for the little ones car or something. It's like the equivalent of a registration or something.
I could take that cube and put it in my room.
Okay, cube taker. Here you go. Take that cube.
Oh, it's got the 4 clovers in it too.
A cup of water under my bed. By Daisy Hernandez. So, once upon a time, I was in bed. I was like, oh, I'm birthday. I was gonna get up and go to the kitchen, and then I found the bed. I look under the bed, and there was a cup of water. That's the entire book right there. One of the greatest books anybody could ever read. This stuff here, I'm going to put it down here. Oh yeah, there's plenty of room there.
Should we put the other blankets in there too?
Yes, we could do that. Okay. We're gonna move this step into the garage. Might as well take this away while I'm at it.
I can.
Okay. Let me pull this out a little bit. And then once I get it through there, I can push it back again. Come on.
Ruben says he would love to help.
What? What's that?
Ruben said he would love to help you.
Oh. Thanks, Ruben. You can help me by keeping a positive attitude and manifesting only the realities we want. Let's see, I could put this on top of something and make it a little taller, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Let me find something to put it on top of. No, not a basketball. That's a terrible thing to put on top of. Because it's round. God, who comes up with these terrible ideas? Let's see. What sort of thing might work for this? That probably would work well. Let's try this bad boy. Doesn't it seem like a good thing to put stuff on top of? Put something specific in the sense it's on top of? I think it seems good to me. But we'll find out when we give it the old college try.
Kind of like old college aesthetic, too.
Yeah. It's like we're tailgating a college football game in 1976.
Yeah, really. It works.
Okay. Good. Now, the other question is, where are we going to put the laptop that connects to this? We could connect either mine or the other one, but well, the other one doesn't have a wireless mouse and keyboard, right?
I don't know where there's a mouse, but there's a keyboard up in my room.
Okay.
Behind the bed.
Okay, well, we need the mouse keyboard combo, so let me try to connect the laptop, your laptop first, because I'm not quite ready to go to bed, and you might want to start watching something before I come in.
Can I watch us?
Oh, you mean you want to watch the stream in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fine. That should be easy enough to make happen. So here's Rachel's laptop. Turds can't be trusted. One time I was like, look, I gotta leave right now, but I need to make sure somebody puts this away. I asked one of any of the turds to do it. None of them did it. You cannot trust turds. What is this the yeah for? What is this? Oh, it's that. Okay. My bad thing. I thought it was something else. What is this all stuck on? There. Alright. Now this part, oh, it does have the thing in there. If we can find the mouse that goes with this, it could have a mouse keyboard combo. But if not, then we'll have to walk up to it, put on whatever, and then we want to change it. Get up again, you know. Which is kind of like a big asshole, but get up again, you know. Well, this will do. It's suboptimal for sure, but this will do. So this is the day they said, you know what, Rachel? Let's bring a little ghetto fabulous to our house. Let's put the TV inside a wildly disproportionate cabinet on top of a cooler with a laptop inconveniently placed on the edge of the front of the thing. Get in there, yo. Okay, there we go. Now, I'm going to grab that plug back here, plug it in. Next, I'm going to get a cable. What kind of cable? Well, if you move all of the letters to the right one, an I, E, N, J cable. Need help decoding that? Well, the correct answer is HDMI cable. I cable, we cable, you cable, we all cable, HDMI cable. Thanks. Okay, let's see where the end hole is. That's what I asked Rachel on our marriage night. Where is the end hole?
You've always been romantic.
Okay. I got it in the in hole, now I need to get it in the out hole. Get in your out hole. There. Now, I'm going to open this. Oh, what let me do that. Turn this on with my pushing finger.
No one can see what you're doing.
No one can see what I'm doing. No one can see the wonderful world of electronics wizardry.
Yeah.
There. Power. Is it coming on? Yes.
Takes a while.
Now, input. Let's wait for this to come on, maybe.
Alex Holdfast says, Eric, the TV guy.
Input. HDMI 3. Oh, wait. Where's the arrows? God damn it. I need my glasses. And a flashlight. Is this still on yet?
You might have to do an update.
Move. Okay. Select. Where's okay? I don't see any okay. There's no such button. Input. Down. No. Input. Down. Okay. I once maybe doing this with the remote control. How frustrating.
Very frustrating.
Okay, well that's HDMI 3.
Yeah.
Got it. Good.
This is Pinterest worthy.
Okay, so I don't know what the password is. Do you want to enter it?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. You go ahead and enter it, okay?
Yeah.
Well, that was not as challenging as I feared. And slightly more challenging than it might conceivably have been. Not too bad. Pretty fly for a white guy. But not nearly fly enough for me, a fluidly transracial guy. Put this cord back. Have to do a little general purpose tidying. Guess what, chat bitches? I packed a thing. You know what thing it is? Oh, sure.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Will you be my Valentine?
Of course, darling.
Yay!
And the reason is because I choose you.
Yay!
Okay, put that back. I will take a couple bar rips now. And then I think if the heater's on, I need to turn it off because it's a little warm in here. Listen, ooh, would you like to have a sleeve stack? Ooh, there's our friends you have around. A sleeve stack? You mean like from the lands of the lost? Yes. I've got a surplus on sleeve stacks right now, and I'm letting them go with prices slashed. Are you sure that doesn't comprise slavery? You can't enslave a sleeve stack. They're born with an inherent servility about them. But sleeve stacks are people too. No, they're not. I sang in the same key as my microwave. Would I ever consider getting a dog? It's not impossible, but it's certainly not on any intended futures timeline. You know, some variety of things would have to occur beyond our willful decision for that to happen. Like, I'm not going to go out and try to get a dog, but in theory, sometimes you're walking out in the forest and a dog falls out of the sky into your arms. Native Americans called it dog rain. The British call them sky dogs. I call them a sign from heaven. So you don't want to go outside? Fine. Be that way. Stay in here if you want. Okay. Living the dream. Living the dream. I gotta say, not a good idea to put that one in for the extra 30 seconds. The brownie got all like rock hard. And the Salisbury steak was a little rubbery as well. So, I'll try to remember that for next time. Listen, social media, you have the same Valentine we all have. Saint Valentine. Patron saint of making people feel loved. What was the technique he used? Well, it involved 3 main ingredients. Pink construction paper, red construction paper, and white construction paper. Plus, a certain utensil called scissors. Well, really, it was your brain controlling the microwave. That's the thing you miss most about psychosis, was your ability to give the microwave instructions telepathically. You look at it, it would switch to defrost, and you give it another glare, and go, okay, full power, full power. One blink, left eye was 1 minute. Blink right eye, 2 minutes. And you just should put them together to make 3 minutes. And you could like double blinks to make like 6 minutes. It took you years to train the microwave to understand that code, but eventually it learned. Just like when I went to school to learn how to make Archimedes' screw. I was like, now that's a simple tool. Simple but effective. Screws were originally used to move water uphill. You can move a water uphill with a water screw. Nowadays, we don't think of screws as being used to move water. We think of them as being used to affix one piece of wood to another, mostly. But also potentially like sheet metal to something or whatever. But it always feels kind of unsatisfying to use non-wood screws in something other than wood. An ideal screwing moment, you've got a nice sharp pointy wood screw with like steep angle curves on it, and the wood is nice solid hardwood or hardish wood, but not so hard that you need to drill a pilot hole. And you just satisfactorily watch that wood screw go until it countersinks itself a little bit, you know? That's a good screwing experience. Now, if you want to talk about a shoddy alternative to a screw, well, let's talk a little something about the nut and the bolt. First of all, why do you need to have two pieces to do the job a screw does with just one piece? Second of all, I don't want to use the socket wrench. It's like, chances are, like the pokey out part of the bolt will go out way too far and your socket wrench can't even go onto the thing. Fuck that. And no, I don't want to use a wrench or a vice grip. Like, let's say I'm trying to screw in a wood screw. I know exactly what I need to use. A screwdriver, right? Not maybe this wrench will work. Oh, it keeps slipping. And now I've scraped all the skin off my knuckle. Okay, well, let me try the socket. I don't have that size socket. It's in metric. Just fuck all that. Just use screws. We don't need nuts and bolts. And be sensible in general. Like this lamp in here. To get into the top part to switch out light bulbs, you've got to unscrew screws that are like this far from the ceiling. What a teeny little screwdriver you have to do that. The defrost sequence. Man, fuck that lamp is right. Passive aggressive ceiling fan designers, I'm on to you. That was no accident. You did that because you hate your job and you hate decent people like me. That's why from now on, I'm in charge of designing all things. If you want to make a ceiling fan nowadays, you got to run it by me and have me design it. Then you need to fix all my design flaw problems, give it back to me, tell me what I had done wrong, and let me try again. And that's how I became the chairman of the Ceiling Fan Advisory Board and its number one client as well. Because the one person I advise most regarding ceiling fans is me. I don't need a ceiling fan. It's cold enough as it is. We don't need a ceiling fan either. I like the one ceiling fan the appropriate ceiling fan for the house. These other fucking Frankenstein, ESTJ, adding unneeded, unwanted, unnecessarily complicated additional functionalities to a space that does not benefit from them at all. Well, I do not like it, Sam. I am. In regards to these ceiling fans, no, I'm not a ceiling fan. I'm an anti-fan. Instead of cheering when the ceiling fan performs its job, even if it's performing it perfectly, I boo it mercilessly. Like, this house has central air conditioning, central heating. It's got a foyer fan. And you can put on the fan on the central air. It doesn't have to be on air conditioning. Who the fuck would think you additionally need to add ceiling fans in every fucking room with remote controls that make it such that you've got to execute some sort of program of scheduled switch order in order to just make it work? Half time you can't figure it out. They've got these remote controls have like temperature settings on, like, so you can say, oh, I want my ceiling fan to make it 72 degrees in here. Ceiling fans can't do that. They don't have thermostats and they aren't controlling the temperature of the air, they're just moving it around. So, you know, things that make you go, what are you thinking? I'm thinking we could save up to $12 a month on our heating bills in the summer. All I gotta do is invest $4,000 worth of ceiling fans into the house. See, now we can be in a house that's too hot, but slightly less too hot than if we didn't have these ceiling fans. Or we can just turn on the air conditioning, maybe. How about that? Or just, open some windows. I don't know, blow really hard out your mouth. Perhaps hire a person to fan you physically with one of those big brown fans made of like wicker or whatever. I agree with me too, Alex. You and I are both right about this. High five. You know what? Let's just bring back the climate of like the end of the Ice Age, where you're generally going to be too cold, not too warm. That'd be fine with me, because you can always put on more clothes if you're too cold. You can only take off all of your clothes if you're too warm, and then there's nothing else to take off. You could just shave off all your body hair, I guess, but I don't think, like, talk about evolution failing. None of my hair actually keeps me warm at all. Isn't that what it's supposed to be doing? Like, oh, it's really cold out here. Don't worry. I've got a beard and a few chest hairs, few straggly chest hairs, plus some pubes. I'll be fine. Not to mention this thicket of luxurious fur on my legs. That's what the strangling hands are for? Is that what these are called? Strangling hands? Especially evolved with hands for strangling, the humans immediately, upon evolving this, encountered a remarkable advantage over their competition, namely the ability to strangle. What kind of defense mechanisms you get? I got talons. I got claws. I got teeth. Well, not me. Not me, no. All I got was this card to the library. Pubes, you're on notice. Did you guys hear Eric said yes to be my Valentine? I did hear that, yeah. There was never any doubt. You want to hear a really effective, sad song about like the end of a toxic relationship or just the end of denial about a toxic relationship or something? Valentine's Day is Over by Billy Bragg. It's super INFP, bulky sweater, cup of coffee, rainy day, raindrops on the window, staring outside thoughtfully. It's super that way. What I liked about it too, Rachel, was the way you asked me. You left a note in my locker, and I was surprised to see it when I went there for snack time. I was like, oh my God, who's this note from? And then I saw you had written on the front of it, to Eric, from your secret admirer. But then in parentheses, you put Rachel, so I knew who it was right away. I was like, hey, I like the funny thing you did with the secret admirer. That's so charming. That's why I've decided to implement this very convoluted promposal where we pretend like you're going in for driver's ed class, but the driving instructor is actually a singing telegram guy who's got a 60-foot long banner that says, will you go to the prom with me? Unfortunately, he went to the wrong classroom, gave it to the wrong girl who thought it was from this other guy, and now it's a big mess. But, you and I got to figure it out eventually. The singing telegrams guy, song guy, he sang that classic, will you go to the prom with me? I'm asking you with the singing C. And if you say yes, then I will be very happy. Go to the prom with me. Just like that. Did that make your night? Rachel, you make every night. You don't even have to do anything special to make my night. But of course, I appreciated you doing so. You know what is going to be a night maker tonight as well as you is an olanzapine fueled sleep. Hopefully I crash hard and long. You just like flirting with me, huh? Well, ooh la la. How's that for flirtatious? Hey there. Wink. Nothing's more flirtatious than a wink. I mean, I guess two winks is, hey. Or batting your eyelashes. That's considered very coquettish. Plus, playfully hiding from you. Oh, where am I? Oh, I'm so shy. I'm flirtatiously shy. You take the olanzapine when in bed, the wafers hit you quickly. I take half of olanzapine, and I'm pretty familiar with how it impacts me. It doesn't hit me that quickly, not that quickly, but it also just a half of one. It it's plenty hard to make me crash out, but it's not like whoa, I could barely keep my eyes open or anything like that. It's a gradual enough process that you know. The velo tabs, huh? I don't know what velo tabs are, but the ones Rachel has, they're just these kind of like egg-shaped little pills. I don't know what you call that kind of pill exactly. It's probably a caplet or a capsule, but caplet maybe. But experts still disagree about what exactly comprises a pill versus a capsule versus a caplet. Disintegrating wafers? Hi, Acacia. Well, I'll say one thing about this particular brand of generic Adderall we got this time. It melts like lightning fast. Sometimes you get generic Adderall where you can suck on it in your mouth for like an hour and it's still just halfway melted. These current ones, they dissolve in saliva much more effectively than most Adderall you get. Acacia, to make the Valentine's Day thing complete for Ruben, I want you to, when the moment's just right, and you're sharing a quiet moment together after a delicious meal, I want you to say, "'Cause I'm your lady, and you're my man." And maybe light a couple candles before you start singing. Tell Ruben, shh, just listen. Just listen and stare lovingly into my eyes. WWII is best brand. Well, I personally do not prefer the vastly more expensive name brand Adderall, even if it were the same price. Oh, that's who made olanzapine. I'm putting together my playlist for our Valentine's Day. Obviously, it's got Celine Dion. Obviously, it's got Michael Bolton, Kenny G. It's got that song. Yeah. Got Sade, yeah, of course it's got Sade. It's got a song. And I swear by the moon and the stars, yeah. It's got that song on it. It's got You Are My Sunshine, My Only Sunshine. And that's not the song I was thinking of. It's got it's like a Stevie Wonder song that's kind of like that theme. I can't remember what it's called. Also, I was gonna have one on one. We're gonna play that game tonight by Hall Notes. It'll have mm, it'll have Here, There, and Everywhere. That's a romantic song. That's all the romantic songs I can think of off the top of my head. Well, last year I learned the hard way that some of the songs that I thought were romantic were not. I put on the playlist Row, Row, Row Your Boat, for example. I guess I was imagining that we were both in the boat, but Rachel pointed out that it was just me rowing the boat. I included Camptown Races. I assumed Camptown was some sort of romantic getaway. Turns out it was about horse racing. So this year I've been doing some research. Like, it turns out, no, Shout at the Devil is not a romantic song. And it's probably pushing it to include Stroke Me as a romantic song. Maybe I'll put on the list that Lionel Richie's song about the blind girl. What's that one called again? Well, what's that Whitesnake song called? Like, who knows where the cold wind blows? I ask my friends, but nobody knows. Who am I to believe in love? Love ain't no stranger. Love ain't no stranger. That would be, it's not really a romantic song. It's kind of like he's euphemistically saying, I've had sex with lots of different people. Is I Swear the song you love to remix? Because I sweat, 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 I sweat, 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 I sweat, 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 sweat. Is that how you remix it? We heard a remix of Get Lucky by Daft Punk that was very similar to the main mix, but was notably distinct in a couple of different ways. I could also include a romantic song that is has a different girl's name in it, but you could argue it can be generalized as a romantic song, namely Candy, which says, Candy, I call my sugar candy because I'm sweet on candy and candy's sweet on me. It's a very romantic song, actually. I don't know if it's about a girl named Candy or if he is just saying, You're so sweet that I call you Candy, like sometimes they call Rachel like sugar dumpling or something. Or one very famous romantic song is "Ta-ra-ra, oh mama, I hunger for your touch will be mine. I need your love. Godspeed your love." Yeah, I don't know what that song's called. I think it's by the Righteous Brothers, maybe? Unchained Melody, yeah. I'll treat you with every treat of my fart. Obviously, I'll also put on the list Eternal Flame. Hold my hand, give me your yeah, darling. Can you feel my heart beating? 'Cause I think it stopped. Am I still alive? No, I think it's beating. I mean, I don't hear it, but, it's beating very quietly. Okay. I do know tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree. But isn't that a song about we're going to be apart for a long time? I am singing these songs to you, Rachel. A very romantic song also is um, Strawberry Chainsaw. You know, no place big enough for how I feel. I'd show you with my hands if I could deal. 'Cause I love you more than I could love myself. I think that's probably a fairly common phenomenon for people with either unconscious and instrumental or polar FI. They find it easier to love others than themselves. There's one that's like, Eric, you must love yourself a lot. Otherwise, why are you always rewarding yourself with treats? Okay, you make a good point. You make a good point. Maybe I'm just lying to myself about how much I love myself. Maybe the proof is in the pudding that I'm eating instead of doing a chore. There's other songs. Oh, you know what else? Another romantic song I could do is we could do some Disney songs. We could do "Kiss the Girl." We could do "Can You Feel the Love Tonight." We can do Is This Lady Lion the one that's the love interest? Whatever that song is from Lion King. When they're flirting with each other in cat-like ways. We could do Whole New World from Aladdin. We could go. Is Be My Guest from Beauty and the Beast romantic? Well, I guess it depends on what kind of guest you're asking him to be. By guest, I mean, do you want to have a sleepover? That would be romantic. Just like it was romantic when Tom Hanks asked that lady to have a sleepover in Big, but actually just wanted to have a sleepover. Boy, was that lady disappointed. She was like, I was like 99% sure you brought me back here to have sex with me. Now we're sleeping in different bunks in a bunk bed? Well, I guess this is fine too. You certainly have a nice apartment in New York, Tom Hanks. Can I feel the love tonight? I can. But I finally, after many years, have mastered all cognitive functions. That means I can feel every single emotion all the time and also be very logical about everything at the same time, while concurrently prioritizing action and prioritizing ideation. People say, Eric, you can't master all the cognitive functions. You watch me. You watch me. Ever since I've learned about goals, my life has changed 180 degrees. I've gone from some dumb loser sitting around smoking marijuana to a man with a dream and a passion to achieve it. Now that I've mastered all cognitive functions, turns out I'm the best at everything, no matter what it is. And that gives me an insurmountable advantage over others. I've even mastered the art of paying attention to things that are automatic, like the functioning of my kidneys. That's right. I can fine tune the efficacy of my kidneys as though they had a dimmer. Sometimes I'm like, just let the toxins build up for a while. Other times I'm like, get them out. So that's pretty cool. I can turn digestion off temporarily if I want to. So, like, let's say I eat a big meal, but I know I'm not going to be home to poop for like another 6 or 8 hours. I can just let it sit there in the stomach, not digesting for 4 or 5 hours, then set it to digest and be ready to poop when I get home. People said, that's not something you can master, Eric. I said, watch me. And like a lot of animals, I can also breathe through my butthole. Which is really comes in handy when I'm diving for pearls because I have to hold my lung breath, but my butthole has gills. So, problem solved. I can't breathe. Use your butthole gills. That's right. Suck the water in, blow it out. There. Now relax. Oh, whew. I was trying to panic there. And you forgot you can't breathe underwater with your lungs, but you can with your butthole. If evolution's so real, why haven't I evolved any butthole gills? Like, what if the pressures of nature make it advantageous for me to breathe in the ocean through my butthole? It is advantageous. Like, how much better chance would I have to catch ocean fish if I had that ability? At least 5% better. Once the aliens fully mastered genetic engineering, that's when they started playing around. Like, well, what about if we give this thing butthole gills? And the alien's like, I like it. I like it. I think that could come in handy. How about we give this thing one super long ear and one super short ear? I like that too. You're thinking outside the box. That way they'll be equally good at hearing big things and small things. Oh yeah, it's called Joke Ruiner. Is that your name for Jimmy Fallon? I agree. That should be his name. Unfunny Joke Ruiner slash / big phony. He's a big phony. And, I can't say for sure because, like I was saying earlier, that I told Brandon I had been very confident in my intuitive assumption that FI turns out he's a T item. But Jimmy Fallon seems to have FI in the wrong spot. Like, he doesn't seem to do a very good job of understanding the FE impacts of the stuff he's doing to the overall enjoyability of it, potentially. Which slot is that? Well, I'm guessing it's second. I'm guessing it might be ENFP. That would make some sense because he's not giving an appropriate amount of attention to how shit plays because he doesn't like that and doesn't want to pay attention to that. Just like me and TE. He always breaks the tension. Do you toss them at a wall? Do you toss them in the boat? Can you grow them in a folder? Can you grow them in a moat? Can you roll them on a boulder? Can you wear them like a coat? I don't know. Now give me an oat. Just one oat, please. I'm gonna make the world's smallest bowl of oatmeal. Here's my recipe for the world's smallest bowl of oatmeal. First, take one oat, place in bowl. Next, heat up 1 teaspoon of water to a boiling temperature. Then, pour the boiling teaspoon of water on the one oat. Next, if your oatmeal is too runny, pour some of the extra water out. Finally, add sugar, no more than about like 4 particles of it because it's not that much oatmeal. You don't want to, you have it cloyingly sweet. And then serve with also the world's smallest spoon. It's going to need to be smaller than this even because it's only a single oat circle's worth of oatmeal. But you'll have the satisfaction of knowing that you did things very small today. And, it's kind of an accomplishment. Most people eat at least a little bit more oatmeal than that in a sitting, even though oatmeal's not good. And I think that's something we all need to come to terms with. Oatmeal, like, are there other kinds of breakfast in a bowl options that are worse than oatmeal? Not really. Maybe like some horrible non-actual breakfast thing like Asian breakfast. Would you like the Western breakfast, the Asian breakfast? What's the Asian breakfast? It's broiled fish head with broiled fish head with bird's nest and sea pineapples. No, I don't want that. That's not Asian breakfast. That's just Asian every meal. Gross shit that nobody should ever eat. Just give me regular American Chinese food that's made out of chicken and beef and pork, okay? Not made out of small, smelly sheep or whatever. Do I think Epstein still alive? No, I don't think so. Mexican oatmeal is made out of agave? Okay. You know, your abuelita may have told you that was oatmeal. That was actually tequila. But, you know, you'd say like, hey, you guys have any like, I don't know, Mexican hot dogs? They just give you a burrito, a bean burrito. Okay, well, now can I have the Mexican version of apple pie? Again, they just give you a bean burrito. So, I think I think it's kind of cool that there's a couple different competitors to traditional sandwich technology. Just like you know, there's a couple different alternatives to a regular combustion engine, right? There's a rotary engine, there's like electric, hydrogen cell, etc. Occasional Epstein. Occasional Epstein is it's like somebody says something like, "Hey, look, I'm mostly very wholesome. I'm like 75%, um, 75%. Who's very wholesome? I'm 75% Jonas Brother Purity Pledge and just occasional Epstein." Didn't Epstein's email get a notification about his recent activity on Fortnite with his location showing somewhere in Israel? Is that true? Interesting. So people are positing that Epstein's in hiding and also uh, playing Fortnite. Don't you think he would at least like make a new account or something? Maybe not. Maybe he has trouble with TE stuff. As like, to me, maybe he tried to make a new account and was like, "Sorry, uh, an account has already been registered to this email address." I was like, "Oh, well, what about this one? That one too." He also played WoW. He's so brazen. I mean, obviously, pretty much any possible outcome is fair game because you're talking about a guy who was in jail, purportedly under guard, and also under video surveillance, and somehow killed himself while there's no footage of it, right? So obviously something super shady is going on. As to whether it's he was murdered to keep him quiet about other famous people and the situation was, you know, sabotaged to prevent any accountability for that, or it doesn't seem that much less likely that he would be have been spirited away, replaced with some corpse that looks vaguely like him, and etc. Those things are certainly plausible given what we already know about these people and their machinations and ways. Little Jeffy, huh? Those people sensing run absolutely amok. Like, I get it when people are like, oh, I'm a rich and famous musician now, and then get completely lost in drugs and alcohol and stuff. That makes a certain amount of sense. Because it's a more fundamentally more responsible kind of debauchery, because it's not, you're not having sex with people. Like, maybe you got too high on those drugs and now you're like crashed out in the corner or saying weird things as you, you know, clearly under the influence or what have you. But while that may end up disappointing people, it's not exploitative of them. It's not likely exploitative of them. It's not the case that all that kind of sensory overload debauchery is exploitative, but um, there's a very high risk of it playing out that way, because you've got people with varying degrees of enthusiasm and disempowered to varying degrees by substances from objecting to things they might otherwise, etc. You know, Steve. Hello, how are you? What is your name? Is it Steve? No, it's Steve. That is your game. I've heard of, but haven't checked it out myself, that there's a report from an inmate that says that the body double was smuggled in a dress. Huh. Well, it's hard to know, I guess, like what to wish for, because if he were to still be alive, there's a possibility they could recatch him and maybe, you know, push things along towards actual justice more so than is currently the case for more perpetrators. But on the other hand, they might not catch him again, in which case he just gets away with shit scot free, you know? Uh oh. Don't get run over by that truck. How's the weather in Cali? It's 42 and partly cloudy. What's that tool in your hand? It's a dental pick, which I fidget with a lot doing various things. So, like, sometimes I just do this, and it just very lightly scratches my scalp. And it makes me go, ah, rah. Sometimes I might stick it in my ear like this, scratch it. Sometimes I might use it to say, hey, buddy, that was right on the nose. Sometimes I use it like that. I might scratch my beard here. It appears they've unveiled the truth that Biden is an AI robot. I mean, Biden is not an AI robot, obviously. He's an elderly man who, at this point, some years after the end of his term, by the end of which he was displaying abundant symptoms of middle stage dementia. At this point, he's probably unable to communicate in more than short, unlinked bits of functionally babble, you know? In the Epstein files, there's a draft statement about his death dated a day before his alleged suicide. Wow. Oh yeah, that's fine. It appears they've unveiled the show. Do you soak cork? Are you a cork soaker? No. Don't have any corks that are like separated from a bottle. There's a unpopped cork in one bottle of wine in the garage. But even if I had myriad corks, I wouldn't want to soak any of them. His Sewell says August 9th, not August 10th. Well, wow, that's quite a striking fact, right? If it's true. I'm not convinced he was off either way. I'm not convinced of it either. And things like that. Sure, somebody can say, "Oh, it was just somebody entered the wrong date." Accidentally thought it was an island. Really, it sounds. I mean, you can say that, but you know, that's a harder answer, harder like justification to negate in that instance than say the not an equivalent kind of 9/11 data where there was all this uh, uh, distinct cell directional um, burst of action on a bunch of stocks that were directly impacted by 9/11 a certain amount of time before it happened. It it's much more conceivable that the I'm really I can see a olanzapine is starting to kick in a little bit here. Anyway, when you've got a whole bunch of stocks in multiple airlines being sold in a very stark like here the stock's going like this, like this, like this, and then instead of like a gradual sell off, that because at a certain point you look at those kind of indications of the data and it becomes almost statistically impossible or very statistically insignificant chance that it doesn't mean what it says because it's too much like uh, an event with too many exacting links to the thing. That's about the cumulative evidence too, is right. So in instances like this where there's a coincidence in time of what purports to be just a naturally occurring mistake that might actually happen where somebody has the day wrong in their head and writes down the wrong date, for it to coincide so closely in time with his death that was suspicious in other ways as well. Well, it's possible to make a very convincing circumstantial case for something. You don't have to always appeal to direct evidence. Let's see what Steve says. I thought about Epstein's death. It wasn't his clients because they would have done him in before the trial, not after, right? Well, what he didn't have a trial, right? He was in jail, but he he wasn't in jail following the guilty verdict against him, was he? I think he had just been denied bail because Maybe they had an indictment or something. I don't know. Regardless, I think that something like that, which is a fairly high profile death that is going to get a lot of scrutiny, and that people are going to assume that it's it's a bit more of a challenging operation because as with committing any kind of crime or conspiracy like that, if you get caught and it comes to light, you could be prosecuted. So people who are knowingly committing crimes want to make it as difficult as possible for others to find out what they did or prove what they did. And accordingly, somebody who's going to successfully pull it off is going to have to coordinate some shit to pull it off. Like, gonna maybe have to bribe one guard to turn off the camera, maybe have to blackmail another one to look the other way, etc. It may involve multiple little bits of thing. I'm sorry to hear that, Rory BC6. I mean, if we're operating under the assumption that rich and powerful people are motivated to silence him because if he's subjected to extensive questioning in a deposition or on the stand, uh, even if he himself is trying to keep all the secrets, stuff may end up coming out, right? The last thing somebody who has committed a crime they're trying to hide wants is for it to be investigated in a deliberative way in public court where the the way that plays out in that instance is no longer in their control at all. People, even criminals who are very rich and powerful, are limited in their ability to control what goes on in a public courtroom because it is an accountability forum that is by and large transparent in all of its processes and adversarial as well. Thank you for not bringing up disturbing stuff. But I wonder, now I'm curious. I have a couple of ideas about what it might be about. For example, Vegas would be one possibility. The whole Vegas thing seems super sus to me as well. If we go to Merced tomorrow, can we go to a Walgreens? Yes, we can. If we simply have the courage to be real Americans, we can put our mind to whatever we want and get it done for sure. Jerky is one of them. Okay, let me check it out.
Pizzagate was always real.
Let me see what this says. Many strange pizza messages. Yeah, I mean, when I read those messages in the first place, I was like, there's such an obvious use of a code word. It's like the kind of it, it, if it were something innocent like drug dealing, it would be this sort of like pretend bad code word stuff they'd write into a movie where, or they'd make a joke of it like, this guy's such a dork, he tries to hide that he's talking in code this clumsily. Like, so, remember how I was going to give you 65 donuts for 1/8 of a pizza? Like, okay. You'd be less obvious if you just spoke directly about what you were talking about. That's how those emails felt to me, but I didn't know what exactly the thing was code for. But, you know, the intuitive conclusion to jump to is the opportunity to exploit someone sexually, or conceivably in some world, uh, a less wicked form of that. If if they're talking about like, a nymphomaniac is really into that stuff or something. I don't know. It would be considerably less wicked, but it didn't sound to me that I was actually talking about pizza for a second. And I was not, I used to be more incorrectly resistant to weird claims about behavior that it sounds made up, right? I'm much more inclined to believe some of the outrageous claims because they no longer seem outrageous. These people are obviously driven insane by money, privilege slash fame, and just, you know, festered into putridity over, over time until their thoroughly deplorable behavior is entirely normalized from their own perspective. Well, you know, of course I exploited those two girls. It's Tuesday, two for Tuesday, you know? I mean, who does it? Are you telling me you peasants don't do this? Well, that's what you get for being stupid, poor peasants. So stop talking to me about it before I kill you. Well, that horribleness, I think, does happen. Insanely. You know, I completely believe that Diddy did blow up that guy's car. We've seen the video of him kicking his, I guess, girlfriend at the time, wife maybe, I don't know. And she's trying to run away from him, pushing her down on the floor and kicking her. Now it's like people like Jay-Z and Ashton Kutcher, they go when they go to the house, they always have their kids with them as meat shields. Because if I yell at some horrible celebrity for the horrible things they did, articulating them, and they don't have their kids there because they're actually so horrible and actually do those horrible things, I might win over some sway of public opinion with some of it, and it's much less likely that the crowd's gonna unify against me, right? If their kids are there, then people will be like, hey, bro, you shouldn't do that in front of their kids. That's exactly what they want you to say. They, prior to them getting caught being scumbags, they made public statements about how they'll never put their kids on public. As soon as they get caught being scumbags, out come the kids. The Kucher Kunis Chamber of Evil. Like most chambers of evil, it pretends to be a organization that helps the people that they actually victimize. In the way, like, since we victimize people in this fashion, we're going to have an organization that's against victimizing people in that fashion. And it'll go just fine until a wonderful judge released their horrible letter of support for serial rapist, mentor, best friend to Ashton Kutcher, freaking Danny Masterson. Oh, those people. Scientology and Scientologists, you can all go fuck yourselves. I got an e-meter for you, and I'm going to shove it right up your ass. The large size one. Here, hold on to these tubes. Now, let me ask you, did something bad ever happen to you? I'm getting readings here. Turns out you got badness particles within you. But here at Scientology, we will help you clear away all the badness particles. What are badness particles? Because you've been living wrong. But good news. I have been wrong? Yes, you have. Terribly, terribly wrong. I've got some good news. We can start solving this badness particles problem of yours with your first $699 3-session symposium featuring team leader Bruce. And he's level 4 already, so you know that he's up there already. He really gets this, He's living the benefits of it right now. Look how happy he is. He's got a tie on. He's greeting people. It's a beautiful day to be a Scientologist, he says. He learned that on our slave ship. Yes, Scientology has a slave ship. It just sails around the world, keeping the slaves on it enslaved. Oh, you want to leave Scientology? Okay, well, the side of the boat's right there. No, we're not going to drop you off. Why would we do that? We're teaching you right now. We're teaching you how wrong it is to not be a slave. So you're going to stay on this boat until you appreciate all the wonderful things Scientology is giving you. Later on, you'll thank me for this. You'll say, oh, God, those several years I was trapped on that boat really helped me. Now, I'm level 2. Only 16 more levels to go, and then I'll be able to start taking the advanced classes. What is gotta be correct? After all, it has tax exempt status. That means it's a real religion. Just like L. Ron Hubbard predicted so many years ago, everything he said in all of his books has already come true. Even stuff they predicted for way down the road. It's already come true. That's how good of a Nostradamus he is. Any is a ruse, a scam, doesn't exist, just like throwing that word in there, intuition. Well, extrovert intuition is not properly called intuition. That's true. But because intuition is a knowing function. To intuit something is to know it, you know. Extrovert intuition is a generative function, it's an action function. So it shouldn't be called expert intuition. It should be called, like communicative action or something. But I'll tell you what's a real ruse. Dressing up in a disguise. Like maybe tomorrow, when we go to the supermarket or the pharmacy, I'll dress up as Burt Reynolds. And I'll say, hi, I'm here to pick up a prescription for Burt Reynolds. And they'll be like, oh my God, I could have sworn you were dead. I say, gotcha. It's me, Eric. I just had on a Burt Reynolds disguise. Can you see my last 2 messages above Eric? I want to get your reaction. Sure, I just have to scroll up because they were hidden by G's incredibly insightful notes. Eric is talking about keeping jerky in the freezer and panicking they're running out of jerky and needs some ASAP. What do you think that refers to? Topic, Mr. Self-Destruct? Well, we're talking about, the weirdly strong correlation between being rich and powerful and famous and being evil. Here's the Uno Reversi cards. I'm cognitively functionally disabled with extrovert intuition. So is it your blind spot? Who keeps jerking in the freezer? I don't know anybody who does that. It's a dehydrated food. It's preserved by its dryness. You don't need to put it in the freezer. You have the baddie chemicals. Only space can heal. Right. Only space and slave ship. Those are the only things that can heal it. Where's Alex? Did he say something here? Let's see. What did he say? Oh wait, I'm seeing a bunch more things I didn't see. we take it, used or Merced with us, we could conceivably start live streaming once we get out to the highway and probably maintain connectivity all the way to Merced. T today, Junior. Sorry, I'm being slow. Yep, was wondering how to put that. Given how much defaming was directed towards QAnon and Alex Jones, made me suspicious right at the bat years ago. So crazy it sounds like a complete fairy tale. Just for the record, I'm not nor will I ever be suicidal. Yeah. I mean, I think that's why it was so easy to not believe, because the claims are so outrageous, and the idea that they not only can but have been getting away with horrible shit over and over again for years and years, and somehow I've just not really heard about it or been presented some kind of convincing evidence about it. It just made perfect sense to default to what seemed to be more naturally occurring kind of reality, that just because somebody's rich and famous doesn't mean they're any different than you and me. They're still, sit down to shit and get stomach aches and whatever. Just some random guy. Well, I understand it, but they apparently do not. Oh, Alex Jones knew the score. Is that what you're saying? Possibly corpses. I see. Human veil. There's also massive orders for acid. I think it's kind of acid that dissolves the body in a vat or tub. Probably, yeah. Rhyme for a dime need be classified a crime. Fool all the people all the time. Me, I'm not fooling people. If you wanted to get rid of the evidence, I see. Well, that is disturbing, sure. But there's a lot of possible reasons why rich and powerful people might murder somebody. And a lot of different possible kinds of people they might murder. So I think intuitively, yeah, I can see why you would think it has to do with dead bodies. But I don't know what further information there is that suggests that this kind of dead body or that kind of dead body. Like, maybe there is a link to trafficking, but I don't think that's necessarily the obvious intuitive leap to make from the fact that there's bodies being gotten rid of. But maybe. Yeah, I don't know all the deeds. I can only pay attention to so much of this stuff because it's pretty dark. And, if you let yourself get mad about it, you might go down a rabbit hole where you start researching it a lot, and then you're just like, oh. One of the beautiful things about not being one of those rich, famous, powerful people is I don't have to exist in a world with that toxic goop all around me. Yeah, I'm not saying it even feels like it is a leap. It feels like I don't have enough data to conclude whether that's a leap. Based just on what you were saying here is what I was saying. That's not enough for me to intuit anything, but there probably is enough for me to intuit things. Whether that intuition is right or wrong. At a certain point, if you have enough cues to intuit from and they cross-validate, knowing becomes very close to as defensible as determining. lock in, Unc. Lock in what? What should I lock in? Should I lock in this low APR while it lasts? I don't want to lock that in. Should I lock in my poppin' locks when I'm dancing? Yeah. Specific specifics. I just like to get a peripheral glance out of my eye at just the silhouette of something projecting a shadow from off screen, off stage. Oh, wait. No, I get it. It probably was a Sasquatch. It did vaguely have that shape. But to be confident, I'd need to actually look at it. And heaven forbid I do that. I make quite a fair amount of effort to avoid looking at things that are sad or disturbing. Sometimes I get one by like it hits me by surprise. I got one. I'll spare you the deets. It's not super like horrible, but this video just got made about the smartest and dumbest animals. And at the end of one of the segments on one of the smartest animals, he added a relevant but very sad detail. And I was just like, oh, dude, I did not see that coming. Smart animals, dumb animals sounds like a fun, carefree video. Cleanse your nasal palate. Seems like if I were to smell coffee, instead of cleaning my nose palate, it would just fill it up with coffee. Which is a pretty good smell, as smells go. It's better than the smell of vomit, for example. I'd say your own vomit smells better than someone else's vomit, generally speaking. But not quite as puke-inducing. You know, like stagnant dumpster water at the bottom of dumpsters is like one of their grossest smelling things. What is that horrible stench? Well, we like to store a little bit of stagnant water at the bottom of the dumpster where we've been putting our kitchen trash for months. And it's really ripening up. In general, stagnant water is a bad idea. It turns into an acrid brew of sour miasma. Next time I want to insult somebody, I'm going to tell them that. You smell like an acrid brew of putrid miasma. What do you think about that? And you're like, boo, you hurt my feelings. Boo. I do not smell. You do. You've been rolling around in stagnant dumpster water. That's just something I like to do. Stop being so judgy. This is the smell of freedom. The Supreme Court today upheld the man's right to smell like stagnant dumpster water. Legislature then doubled down, mandating that every American wallow in dumpster water or pay a substantial tax penalty. I mean, a penalty, which they call a tax. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to come back and pull maybe a couple more bowls, drink a little bit more water, and at that point, probably the Atlantic opinion will be well along its path. Well along its path of doing, well along its path of fun, well along its path of slumber. I'll be the sleeping one. Hello, finally, this whole old Bob has been saying this intro to my YouTube show for like hours now. What he needs to accept is that I found this, it belongs to me. I'm sorry, Tiffany, I do tend to forget that. Well, it's because you're stomach. Well, I'm pretty tired, but that's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to say I'm pretty dehydrated. My pee's pretty yellow. I should drink some more water. Man cannot live on coffee alone. You get very dehydrated if you just drink nothing but coffee. Acoustic, huh? I was thinking about playing a couple of little quiet, getting ready for bed songs. What I really wanted to play, what I want to play, what I think I will play, is Satellite of Love. Good night, Acacia. Sleep well. Before you go to bed, just repeat this mantra to yourself. I am sleepy, I will slumber, and I'm the best. Then you'll attain all of your sleep goals. Also, may I recommend getting a sleep number bed? Apparently, according to the commercials, they're exactly the bed you need. I've been advised by somebody before that you should not get, that's not what I wanted to do. You should not get memory foam mattress because their memory's not as strong as their name would suggest. You'll end up with a person-sized depression where you sleep on your memory foam. Here we go. D+4 is this. D+2 is this. Satellites gone up to the sky. Things like that drive me out of my mind. I'll watch it for a little while. I like to watch things on TV. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Satellite of. Satellite's gone way up to Mars. Soon it would be filled with fucking cars. I'll watch it for a little while. I love to watch things on TV. Bum, 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 bum. Satellite of love. Bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Satellite of. I've been told that you've been bold with Harry, Mark, and John. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday with Harry, Mark, and John. Satellites gone up to the skies. With things like that drive me out of my mind. I'll watch it for a little while. I like to watch things on TV. Satellite of love. Bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Satellite of love. What a beautiful song, man. So just wonderful. Just great. Yeah. You got some real good songs. He sure does. Really makes you think. Please do if you will. Go a longs. Go alongs. Is this a go along? Cool. You guys get to go along, I guess. Maybe I will never achieve my dream of being an Olympic figure skater, but I could still practice the hand motions anyway in hopes of I become a figure skater. I go like, well then, figure out the rest of the stuff as I go. Start with the hand motions. That's what all the great figure skating coaches say. I've been in training now for 3 years. I still haven't put on any ice skates. They just having me practice the hand motions. My figure skating routine is going to be an homage to your classic mime moves. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go trapped in the box. I'm going to do, oh my God, the wind keeps blowing me backwards. Even though I'm walking as hard as I can into it. I'm also going to do that famous mime move, picking a succession of fruits and finding each of them inadequate in some way. All this while spinning around in one of those circles. And Johnny Weir, is that his name? He's gonna be like, the artistry in Eric's skating is simply transcendent. And Terry Lipinski will say, he was always known for the wobbliness of his jumps, but now he's becoming known mostly for his incredibly original choreography. In this portion of his short routine, he's purportedly pantomiming out Eve trying to find the apple she wasn't supposed to give to Adam, but keep accidentally picking other fruits. It's like they feed him the apple. This one, that's an orange. This one, that's also an orange. This, that's a strawberry. Anyway, she eventually got to the apple. And that's the story I'm telling in my ice skating routine. I'm telling that story. I'm also telling another Bible story, the story of Noah's Ark. And that part of the routine is the part where I show myself encouraging the animals to get on the boat. There's a part where I separate two different but similar species that are trying to mate. And then there's a scene where I'm looking over the side of the boat and I pretend like a wave comes and splashes me in the face. All this is before I actually start moving around. I'm not a strong ice skater, but you know, there's a lot of elements to being a successful ice skater. Only one of those elements is so-called technique or skill, okay? The other elements are artistry, weirdness of choreography, and of course, telling a story through the power of motion. For my long program, I'm going to reenact the assassination of Abraham Lincoln on the ice. I even got the stovepipe hat. It's bedazzled with sequins. Instead of trying to half-ass it, I just went out and bought the blousiest blouse I could find, and I said, "Do you have this in see-through?" And that's what I got. For pants, I've decided to wear, people say it's a bold choice because you could like trip over it or whatever, but I've got like oversized parachute pants on. The bottom of the legs drags along the ice. That adds to my difficulty multiplier. And there's just something about it that screams Abraham Lincoln about to be assassinated. Tara at this point probably chimes in. One of the things I love about Eric's routines is that I'm not only enchanted and entertained, I'm educated. And Johnny agrees. I had no idea President Lincoln was even assassinated until watching this routine. And then the main announcer guy, who just kind of disappears in the background behind Johnny and Tara, says, "Yeah, I had no idea either." I think it'd be cool for kids to get a history teacher who like stops reading the story before the sad part. And so basically, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, won the Civil War, and lived happily ever after. Really? Yep. He remained president for the rest of his life. Wow. Tell us more about history. Sure. The Challenger space shuttle took up a bunch of regular people into the sky. Everything was looking fine. They were flying straight into outer space. And then what happened? Well, later they came back. No. But what happened to Archduke Ferdinand? Somebody tried to assassinate him, but the bullet actually hit an unfound cancer in his body and saved his life. To celebrate, all of Europe engaged in World War One. Okay. I'm more or less done. And if nothing exciting ever happens in history, I'm going to stop studying it. Like, we get it already, history. A long time ago, some people did some stuff. What's your point? I don't know much about history. I don't know much biology. Maybe books or something. But I do know that I love you. And I know that if you love me too, what a wonderful world this will be. There's another Valentine's Day song for Rachel. When things get steamy later on in the evening, maybe I'll put on John Cougar Mellencamp's Jack and Diane. We all play the role of Jack. Rachel can play the role of Diane. I'm assuming it's the Diane from Cheers. And the Jack is the Jack from Jack in the Box. You know, he's such a relatable spokesperson with his smooth ways and round plastic head and little yellow hat. I don't know if you guys remember, but a long time ago there was a series of commercials in which it showed his family, and he had a regular headed wife, but his son, I think, had a head like his, you know, a clown head. Just goes to show you, if you're rich and famous like the founder and owner of Jack in the Box, Jack himself, then even though you have a clown head, a regular human lady will still marry you. Unlike the king at Burger King, nobody wants to marry him because Burger King's not that good. Obviously, nobody wants to marry Ronald McDonald, but it's not because McDonald's not good. It's because that's just the stuff of nightmares. You want to know about what I think about Sammy the Submarine, the mascot of Subway sandwiches? Well, I think it's a fine mascot. Oh, that was a real peppery explosion in my sinuses. It was like snorting peppercorns and then grinding them inside my nose. Oh. But you know what? I'm not a quitter. And just because things get a little tough sometimes, well, that's when the tough get going. No pain, no gain. Oh, that's harsh. Curl that stone, bro. Curl it so well. They go to Pattaya to get some papaya. Oh, that's not meth. That's just plain old marijuana. I decided, I don't want to feel weird in the morning, so I'm just going to have one glass of meth tonight, and I'm sticking to it. Well, sure, I filled the wine glass all the way to the top with meth, but it's still just one glass. If I were actually smoking that, it wouldn't be through a bong like this, right? This is woefully inadequate for that purpose. It's good for this purpose, though, but you need to manage your smoking process a lot more carefully with that. You're not going to successfully pack single hit bong rip of meth. You gotta melt it, roll it, let it cool down. You gotta snuggle up to it. Take your time. Let it know that you're there to have a good cooperative working relationship with both your pipe and the speed contained within. You don't want to have some burned mess in there that then not only can you not smoke it anymore, but you ruined your pipe. Great job. No, you need to be a little bit more mindful than that. Some people say that they value maybe more than anything else the steadying influence of a prudent and experienced advisor like me. I think that's as true for matters of like whether you should eat paint. The answer is no. As it is for matters of how to smoke meth. I offer training in a diverse set of skills. I coach hang gliding, beach volleyball, and drug abuse. Well, then I'm not a very good beach volleyball coach. I just stand outside and yell at my team, hit the ball! with your hands. And while I do coach hang gliding, I believe myself to be an excellent hang gliding coach, I personally don't know how to hang glide. I just know how to coach it. What's up, Gramps? Well, pulling the bong up, Noah Hennon says, this is such a niche community. I love it. It's niche. You might also say it's boutique. And a little shabby chic. I'm dry. It's 3 a.m. here. I'm doing my homework. I'll take a rip for you, Pop. Hey, what great homework. Pull bong rep. I wish my teachers gave me that homework. All right, kids. We covered a lot of stuff today in class, so I want you to make sure you go home and pull 5 or 6 bong reps for your homework. That helps what you learn today in class stick. Otherwise, you just forget it tomorrow. Also, I'm assigning you the homework of not doing any of your other homework. Those other teachers, they shouldn't be telling you what to do when you're at home on your time. It's fine when I do it, because I'm just giving sensible advice like pull some bong reps. They're trying to make you do their job for them. Well, I gotta go out here. How about you teach yourself at home from the book? Then when you come to class, I can put on an unrelated film and sit at my desk. I'm sorry, Mrs. Smithington. I don't know what to tell you. Johnny clearly did a poor job of teaching himself this stuff. You know, I tried my best. I told him what book to read at home, what problems to practice at home, and reminded him that it was important that he figure it out. So, obviously your son's a fuck up. I wish it just that make you even go to school if they're going to give you homework. Just say, all right, here's your school day. Do all this stuff independently on your own, according to the following schedule. You can't have it both ways. We control all your time while you're here at this compulsory child jail, but we also control your time when you're not here. What? You scoundrels. That's not good. That's why I like to quote the immortal Pink Floyd and say, hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. What did they ever do to you? They go to your house on Saturday and say, okay, so your homework is to review this lesson with me. Because you didn't do enough of a good job teaching it in class. So now you have homework. No, the student doesn't do that. And if they tried to, you probably would say, you can't do that today. But fair is fair, motherfuckers. Fair is fair. What is unfair? Well, that would qualify as unfair. But the most fair thing of all is a quiet lullaby song on the piano. Something that really resonates at the same frequency as mystical figure the Sandman. Okay, we're just gonna play some nice piano, no drums or anything. Just some quiet piano tinklings. You could pretend that you're maybe at a hotel bar. It's gotten a little too avant-garde for their own good, or more likely they had to hire a last-minute substitute piano player, so he's not really very good. But he's trying to do, hotel bar piano vibe. Have I painted the picture for you? Hopefully, I have. Let me do with this one. Late at night, the play is done. Time to play is over for everyone. It's time to rest and let your brain go back to sleep again. When the day is done and you're all out of fun, it's time for one last attempt at something. In this case, with some kind of grace, I'm seeking through piano. Perhaps instead of going to bed, I might take the trash and throw it outside the window. 'Cause the best lullaby of all is not going to bed. The tallest mountain of slumber is endlessly delaying a bump or two would make you stay awake even longer, even though you're not getting stronger. Everybody can see how tired you are. Everybody? I don't know, I mean, I haven't polled everybody. Probably, though. Western Demon are a couple of guys. We'll get there from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived. We'll get there the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven think they've arrived. We'll get there from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they're alive. They won't get there the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven love delivering cheese. Russ and Steven love delivering. Russ and Steven will let them delivering cheese. Russ and Steven will let them delivering cheese every day. and the dairy that employs them ensures they earn quite reasonable pay. Russell, cheddar, American, and Swiss too. He'll bring them all to you. Stephen overseas from Italy. Well, one of these days I'll maybe be able to play that through without fucking that. One of these days, but not this day. I feel very not psychotic. The olanzapine must be working well. So, I guess we call that the last self-indulgent freaky activity for the day. I don't really feel so sad. Sometimes I feel happy. Mostly you just make me mad. Baby, you just make me mad. Yeah. You pale blue eyes. Combo of Adderall, persistent Adderall, and olanzapine is a weird one. I feel like sedated, but not like woozy at all, Anyhow, guess that's gonna about draw today's live stream to a close. For those about to rock, I salute you. Okay.